Hurmatli mehmonlar, 5 daqiqadan keyin 16-chi Verona Yevrosiyo iqtisodiy forumining ochilishi bo'lib o'tadi. Sizdan Grand Hall zaliga o'tishingizni so'raymiz.
Gentili ospiti,
Dear guests,
Good morning everyone, and welcome to this new edition, important edition, the 16th edition of the International Economic Forum. This year we are in Samarkand. This beautiful video introduced where we are. The forum is always the same. It is still the Verona Forum, but it aims at becoming an international moment of dialogue between all the stakeholders from the Atlantic to the Pacific. The forum continues to grow. It is not a passive event from the wonderful city of Verona. After traveling through other Eurasian countries, for the 16th edition, we are now in Samarkand, in the heart of the Fergana Valley, in the heart of the idea of Greater Eurasia, which characterizes many of those good intentions that are behind this initiative. Now, please allow me to introduce the first speakers for this first day of the forum. Next to me, we have the Deputy Prime Minister of the Republic of Uzbekistan, Jamshid Jodazev, and next to him, we also have the Deputy Prime Minister of the Russian Federation, Alexei Overchuk. Next to him, Professor Antonio Fallico, in addition to being the president of the Conoscere Eurasia Association and its founder, he is also the person who's invented this forum, which for many years has been accompanying the most fruitful initiatives to develop good relations between countries that can become partners even before being competitors. And I believe I can describe Professor Fallico as one of the people who don't give up faced with the challenges and the evidences of history. Instead of sitting and waiting for things to change, waiting by a river, and instead of participating as an antagonist in the events happening around us, well, instead, with Conoscere Eurasia, with the Verona Forum, Professor Fallico continues to weave a fabric of relations, because exchanges, business relationships, are an essential component of the peaceful coexistence of our countries. And so this is a vision based on the building of bridges instead of building walls. As we will see during this first day and tomorrow as well, we will hear it from many important representatives of institutions from this part of the world, from Europe, from the Russian Federations, and we will hear about all the elements that build that intriguing and lively mosaic of the history of Greater Eurasia. Samarkand is part of this context. It is a jewel. It's not just a very beautiful city. It has an important history. It is located along the Silk Road, the old one, and it is also located on the new Silk Road, the road that tries and mimic the old one. So this was just a short introduction. Now let's hear the words from the Deputy Prime Minister of the Government of the Republic of Uzbekistan, who will read a message from the President of Uzbekistan for the participants in this Verona Forum. Thank you.
Assalomu alaykum, hurmatli yig'ilish qatnashchilari. Здравствуйте, уважаемые участники. Разрешите прочитать приветственное слово президента Республики Узбекистан 16-го Веронского Евразийского экономического.
Good day, dear participants of our forum, dear friends.
Banking, agricultural, food security, technological revolutions will be held. And we are open for the cooperation, and we are hopeful that somewhere in Europe there is still common sense. It's very sad to witness the dawn of the greatest civilization, which I thought we were a part of as well. Thank you.
Grazie al vice primo ministro del governo della Federazione Russa, il quale ha in qualche misura toccato i...
Thank you very much. You've touched on the main points of the current situation, which I think has reached its negative peak. It's difficult to say it because last year already we thought we'd already reached the worst in terms of contrapositions, but it's very clear that the current dynamics are maybe even different from the ones that we could imagine just a few years ago, or at least 8 years ago. There are some historical cycles that are maturing, some historical cycles that are evolving or depending on how obsolete or innovative are. Overchuk mentioned that the next edition of the forum might take place in Shanghai, and this reminds us of the possibility to polarize the world. We could live in a world with different poles, a multipolar world, where we could find the expression of the interest of Greater Eurasia. The Global South, all indicators say it, in particular the demographic ones, but also other indicators show that the Global South has become more and more attractive. There are no historical conflicts or post-colonial conflicts that might make coexistence between partners difficult. And so day after day, we see significant changes in what seem to be final alliances that seemed irreversible. And instead, now we are seeing many signals of a new composition of balances in the sign of national interests in many countries which in the past were subordinate to more general interests. So we see a new polarization in the world, a multipolar world, and I think that I can say that this is what Professor Fallico, whom I invite up here to the podium, has always supported as an idea, with the resilience that he is known for, and the two deputy ministers recognized it. Professor Fallico. Dear friends, I am very pleased to welcome you to the beautiful Samarkand, one of the oldest settlements in Central Asia, to which contemporary Italian historian, medievalist and Islamologist Franco Cardini recently dedicated a book calling it A Turquoise Dream. When Alexander the Great in 329 AD saw Samarkand, he said, "Everything I have heard about the beauties of Samarkand is true, except that it is much more beautiful than I could have imagined. It boasts more than 2,500 years of history, maybe 2,800. It is contemporary with Babylon, Thebes, Athens, and Rome. For many centuries, Samarkand was a major center along the Silk Road, a term first used in 1877 by geographer Ferdinand von Richthofen to refer to a network of links between East and West, with two main routes, a southern and a northern route, in addition, of course, to the sea routes, which touched, in addition to Samarkand, historic cities like Wuwei, a Chinese city near Hexi, Anxi in China's Fujian province, Kashgar in China's Xinjiang province, Tehran, Baghdad, Palmyra as a second bifurcation, on one side to Damascus, Gaza, Cairo, Alexandria, and on the other side to Aleppo, Antioch, Ankara, Izmir, and Istanbul, Athens, to then rejoin by sea Rome and Venice. This extraordinary network of trade, cultural, and religious routes branched some 15,000 kilometers, and for more than 2,000 years, it was the only link between China and the Mediterranean, between the civilizations of the East and West, and Samarkand was one of the most active and prestigious centers. Marco Polo, who stayed there for a long time in 1271, describes it in his work, The Travels of Marco Polo, as a noble city, a tolerant city where Christians and, as Marco Polo says, where Christians and Saracens live in peace, a prosperous city, an economically and commercially lively city. The history of Samarkand is inextricably linked to the fame of Timur, which chose it as the capital of its capital, which went all the way to Mesopotamia, transforming it into the rich seat of a legendary court. We are given a fascinating account of this in the travel diary of Rui González de Clavijo, ambassador of King Henry III of Castilla, who arrived at the court of Timur on September the 8th, 1404, a year and a half after his departure. He stayed there for 2.5 months. Later, Timur's youngest son, the peaceful and cultured Shah Rukh, and his wife, during their long reign, initiated the so-called Timurian Renaissance, developing sciences, crafts, literature, and the arts, and inviting painters, architects, philosophers, and poets to their court, such as Abd al-Rahman Jami and Alisher Navoy. Shah Rukh's eldest son, Ulugh Bek, the governor of Samarkand, a great astronomer and mathematician, became the symbol of that splendid era, during which especially Herat, today in Afghanistan, and Samarkand reveled in cultural and artistic development with humanism and the Florentine Renaissance in Italy. He not only adorned Samarkand with splendid monuments and parks, leaving his indestructible imprint on the city, but between 1424 and 1429, he built an astronomical observatory that had no equal at that time. Today, Samarkand is regaining, along with the whole of Uzbekistan, an important role not only in Central Asia, but also in Greater Eurasia. It is no coincidence that we have chosen for the 16th Eurasian Economic Forum in Verona precisely Uzbekistan, and we are here to discuss a topic that we consider to be highly topical: Eurasia in a changing world, the cooperation agenda. First of all, I would like to thank the Uzbek authorities and the Deputy Minister Odijai and our institutional partner and in particular the Minister Duziku Travul. Last year he was in Verona and he took at our forum, he took the floor. His support to our initiative, together with his cooperators, was extremely important. I also would like to thank personally the Deputy President of the Russian Federation, Alexei Roverchuk, who honors us with his presence, who has always supported our initiative, and also Romano Prodi, whose connection online will happen at 3 p.m. My profound gratitude goes to the CEO of the Ariel Group, Bakhtior Fazilov, our proactive and tenacious partner, who, despite the date being moved at the last moment, which prevented many of our guests from attending, nevertheless made it possible for our forum to be held in this wonderful Silk Road Samarkand Center, which he built with the participation of numerous Italian and European companies. Also, I would like to thank all the people who are here. Thank you to our sponsors and everybody who made it possible to organize our forum. The choice of Uzbekistan for this edition of the forum seemed just logical to us. This historic and prestigious land of economic, trade and cultural relations between Asia and Europe, open and tolerant, even in its secular view of Islam, has in recent years also become a driving force behind a wise international economic policy which privileges the diplomacy of economics and culture in tune with the defense of its sovereignty and the real interests of its community. We strongly believe in the potential of this country, which is increasingly attractive to entrepreneurs. We sincerely hope that our forum today, gathering several hundred entrepreneurs, personalities from the world of politics, culture, journalists, analysts, and experts from about 40 countries, will contribute to the dialogue and cooperation with the businessmen and authorities of the Republic of Uzbekistan. The last edition of the forum, held last year in Baku, in Azerbaijan, marked a significant progress, the result of the work of previous years. In Samarkand, one of the main cities in the Eurasian macro-region, we will continue to help promote the development of multilateral economic, social, and cultural cooperation. At the center of this, it is essential to place the human person as the primary goal of economy. Greater Eurasia, which stretches from the Atlantic to the Pacific, has enormous potential. Our task, the forum's task, is to put it at the service of economic and cultural, creative and peaceful development, going beyond hegemonic logics and building bridges to promote a constructive dialogue among today's actors in the geopolitical blocs that dominate the world stage. With more than 36 million inhabitants, with an average age lower than 35, the Republic of Uzbekistan is the most populous country in Central Asia and the second largest economy in a young and vital region of 77 million people. Its GDP in 2022 at about $80 billion grew by 5.7% versus 2021, a better than expected result. In 2023, GDP is estimated to rise by 4.5%, in 2024 by 5.6%, and in 2025, 6.5%. The medium to long-term outlook, therefore, remains very positive. Debt management has been prudent, and international reserves has remained solid. Gross foreign reserves slightly increased from $35.1 billion in 2021 to $35.8 billion in 2022. According to the Asian Development Bank estimates, the gross foreign reserves should increase to 37 billion years in 2023 and 2024. In 2017, Uzbekistan undertook an ambitious set of structural reforms to stimulate the private sector and to create new jobs. In particular, it focused on reducing the dominance of the SOEs and in opening key sectors of the economy to competition, with the priority given to basic services markets to strengthen the regulatory environment and reduce the high costs of trade and transit. The President of the Republic of Uzbekistan, Shavkat Mirziyoyev, in his address to the Second International Investment Forum held in May this year in Tashkent, said that in 2022 his country has, and I quote, intensively pursued systemic reforms to further liberalize the economy, open a wide avenue for business and strengthen the rule of law and legal guarantees. End of quote. By creating a more favorable context, reducing bureaucratic and administrative barriers, promoting the rights of entrepreneurs and investors, and diversifying the economy. Nearly 100,000 enterprises were created in a single year. The volume of foreign direct investment reached $10 billion, 3 times higher than in 2017. And nearly 1 million people were lifted out of poverty. The poverty rate dropped to 14%. In 2017, it was 30%. We are confident that the new Uzbekistan will continue to make profound changes to its economic structure and to markedly improve the investment climate. We believe it will be very attractive to entrepreneurs, both local ones and foreign entrepreneurs. We note with confidence that relations between the Republic of Uzbekistan and Europe, since the visit in November 2022 to Tashkent of the President of the European Council, Charles Michel, have significantly improved at all levels. This was confirmed by the EU-Uzbekistan Cooperation Council that took place in Luxembourg on April 24, 2023, and during the second EU Central Asia Summit held on June 2nd this year in Kyrgyzstan, where President Mirziyoyev, in his speech, talking about the relations between the European Union and Uzbekistan, said, and I quote, "Our trade with the European Union is growing steadily thanks to the status of a beneficiary of the Generalized System of Preferences Plus, the GSP Plus, granted by Brussels to Uzbekistan. While last year the trade interchange increased by 20%, since the beginning of 2023, we are witnessing a growth of almost 70%. End of quote. Further confirmation is the European Parliament resolution on Uzbekistan of October 4th, 2023. We trust, therefore, that as soon as possible, the enhanced partnership of cooperation agreement between the EU and Uzbekistan will be concluded after almost 4 years of negotiations on July 22nd, 2022. And we hope it will be signed and entered into force, as expressed by the Uzbek Foreign Minister on October 28th after a meeting in Tashkent between Minister Bakutior Saidov and the EU Special Representative for Central Asia, Terry Akala. However, the European Union and my country, Italy, have still modest trade with Uzbekistan, even though this is increasing. In the role of Uzbekistan's main trading partner, we see Russia and China. At the end of 2022, the main partner was Moscow, and then in the first 9 months of the current year, it's Beijing, $9.45 billion investment, with an increase over the same period of the previous years of 36.2%, while Russia has seen an increase of 6%, 7.3 billion euro. Kazakhstan follows with 3.22 billion, a decrease of 1.5% over the same period last year. In total, Uzbekistan, in the period January-September 2022, recorded a total trade turnover of $44.8 billion, an increase of 22% over 2022, including 17 billion in exports and 27 billion in imports. In terms of foreign direct investment, Uzbekistan has attracted the largest share to Eurasia in recent years. 230 trillion som, nearly $21 billion, representing 23% of the total. The country has surpassed Kazakhstan and Georgia. The trend of foreign investment is growing. In the first quarter of 2023, the total amounted to 11.9 trillion som, which is equivalent to about 1 billion euros. This represents an increase of 136.8% over the same period last year. The main investors are Russia and China, alternating again in the top 2 places with a share of around 20% each. Russia's share in 2022 was 20.3%, while in the first quarter of 2023 it was 18.8%. On the other hand, China's share last year was 16.4%, and in the first quarter of this year it stood at 20.5%. Other major direct investors, but with sharply smaller shares, are Turkey and Saudi Arabia. Among the Western countries, Germany is steadily active, 2.7% in the first quarter 2023, followed by Switzerland, Britain, and the US. Italy closes the list of Europe's top 10 with the modest amount of 0.5%. In 2022, Italy was, for Uzbekistan, its second largest European trading partner after Germany, with an interchange of 535 million euro, plus 32.7% compared to 2021, leaving this position to France in the first 7 months of 2023. While remaining modest, it recorded record values for both exports and imports. In the first 7 months of the current year, the exchanges between Italy and Uzbekistan have grown by 17%. The Uzbek share in Italy is also growing. Italy in 2022 exported to the country mainly special equipment and watches, apparel, general machines, and furniture, with the growth for consumers and some machines. Uzbekistan instead provided basic metals, non-ferrous metals, textiles, chemicals, fertilizers, apparel, textiles, and leather. Between our two countries, especially after the recent visit by President Mirziyoyev in Rome and Milan, during which on June the 8th in Rome the joint declaration on strategic partnership relations was signed, we can see significant commercial interchange opportunities, industrial partnerships, investments, in particular in the sectors of factories and machineries using textiles, agro-food and metals and mechanical sectors, as well as in the field of fossil fuels. Also, we can see a possible cooperation in their distribution, infrastructures, and in industrial technology. The 16th edition of the Eurasian Economic Forum of Verona gives us an opportunity to create new contacts between entrepreneurs and relaunch the cooperation in various economic sectors. And that is why, within our forum, we are organizing B2B contacts, as well as initiatives to promote Made in Italy, and also we're organizing various cultural events, including, as you know, a tribute concert to the Sanremo Festival with the participation of well-known singers who became internationally famous in the 1980s precisely because of their participation in the Sanremo Festival. We also organized a film festival dedicated to the new Italian cinema, organized by the new Italian Cinema Event Association, and also the Samarkand Floor and Ceramics exhibition, Traditions That Unite. Let me mention that Samarkand is twinned with Florence. Dear friends, a year ago we met in Baku with many of you. Since those days, it feels like an eternity has gone by. So many are the events that have happened, disorienting even our memory. Even then, we were not a little disturbed in our effort to understand where the world and the economy were going. Today, things have not become any clearer. I would mention, without going into the details, the recent tragedy that has erupted in the Middle East, which, while brooding and meandering for more than 70 years, now seems to have taken almost everyone by surprise. Perhaps we can say that only the predictability of unpredictability has increased. However, it is clear, whether we want it or not, that we are in the middle of a momentous transition toward a new global governance. an economic and political global governance, we are experiencing a transition, a convoluted, a contradictory transition that is still long, but it is inescapable. We are going towards a plural and multipolar world. In this context, the business world must be aware of and ready not only to adapt passively, but to anticipate and possibly to be proactive in being part of the development of the new economy during and after the maturation of this process. At the same time, it must be understood now in the short term in which direction the economy is going. Scenarios concerning the development of the global economy are produced by governments and international institutions, starting from the International Monetary Fund, but also banks and corporations. They are many and varied, with their own narrative. Some are optimistic, some are pessimistic. They promise everything and they promise nothing. The continuation of globalization in other forms. Others promise the regionalization and fragmentation of economies and trade exchanges. Unfortunately, life does not give us much time to wait. Entrepreneurs must decide now what to do. Hic et nunc, as the Latin said. They need to decide now how to navigate this world which seems to be chaotic. I personally believe that in the near future, international markets will be characterized mainly by the regionalization of the economy and by the fragmentation of trade, with which a residual globalization will probably go hand in hand. To illustrate the concept of there will be a little bit of everything in the future economy, let's take an issue that has been much talked about in recent months, the role of the dollar. Some countries, the target of U.S. Sanctions and discriminations, blame the United States for using its national currency as a geo-economic weapon, depriving it of the security and reliability that it enjoyed before. Many economists believe the protectionist approach, America First, launched not by Trump, but after the economic and financial crisis of 2008 by Obama, and which was then translated into the friendly shore approach, only trading with friends countries, and not doing any exchange with enemy countries. Well, I believe it is now unsustainable. It does not solve the debt of the United States, and it does not prevent countries like China from having a large American debt that they could use to exchange it with the assets of many important American companies. But this means that the world, will it refuse to use the dollar? Does this mean that the world will refuse to use the dollar? Certainly not. The dollar was, is, and will remain for a long time the main means of international payments, even if its share will continue to decline, experiencing ups and downs, as it does now. We will probably see an acceleration in the timing of this trend in the next few months. At the same time, I doubt that this trend will ultimately lead us to a drastic growth in demand for an alternative international currency, let's say the yuan or a hypothetical BRICS currency. It is more likely to move toward the development of different forms and mechanisms of payment, a diversified use of currencies, of comfortable and secure payment methods and systems, including the dollar. The dollar will still be the leader. Dynamic equilibrium assumes that the balancing point exists, but it is not static. It is a perpetual motion with ups and downs. Faced with some political decisions in some Western countries, which have been bad for their economies and destructive to their businesses, many economists formulate another question that is increasingly pressing. Namely, is it the economy, is it economic interests that influence politics, or is it politics that dictates the course of events, especially economic events? Marx's idea of the priority of economic structure over political superstructure, albeit in a complex and dialectical relationship, is universally accepted. It has almost become an axiom but the policy measures included in many ineffective sanction packages, which I was mentioning before, seem to question at first glance the dominance of the economic structure. However, ultimately, it is easy to see that those political decisions are dictated by economic interests of hegemonic and leading countries in the world economy and politics. They do so either to frustrate the economies of those countries that are considered as enemies, or to destroy the economic competition of their own allied countries by subordinating and enslaving their economies and national interests to their economic and political convenience. This is a destructive economic logic. It is often justified ideologically and politically by noble social and humanitarian reasons. Despite this, entrepreneurs must respond with a lot of human, professional and social responsibility. In a context that tends towards a multipolar and globally interconnected economic world, the role of economic diplomacy becomes extremely important. It has the right and the duty to prevail by breaking the chains of national selfishness and opposing geopolitical and ideological alignments at the international levels. The reasons for solidarity-based, inclusive economic growth based on the genuine interests of human community must prevail, avoiding to generate unacceptable social inequalities. Instead, this must become a factor of balance and stabilization at the global level. Economic diplomacy must be cross-cutting, ambitious, and brave. It must build bridges to foster dialogue between antagonistic geopolitical blocs and between states of different political, social and economic orientation in the name of economic growth seen as public good for the international community. Culture must be valued as an instrument of social and economic growth. Culture should be seen as an instrument of prosperity. Culture, too, is a global public good, and therefore it goes beyond geopolitical and geoeconomic problems and conflicts, transforming individuals and consumers into responsible and socially active individuals. It also transforms them into builders of peace and prosperity for the entire international community. Samarkand is a shining example, both as a 2,000-year-old city with a rich political, economic, and cultural history, characterized by great tolerance and openness, but it also an example for the role it has today in the new Uzbekistan. Uzbekistan is a member of the United Nations, of OSCE, of the International Monetary Fund, but also of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. It's also an observer country, along with Tajikistan, of the Eurasian Economic Union. Country that cares for its security, sovereignty, independence, and neutrality. At the same time, though, Uzbekistan is open to political, economic, trade and cultural cooperation with all countries without any discrimination, overcoming all geopolitical and ideological barriers. Well, I hope that our forum here in Samarkand will be able to contribute to a better understanding of current economic processes and to establish new contacts, generate new projects and business for the good of all, of the entire human community. Our forum did so in past years, and I am sure it will do the same now. I wish you well in your work. Thank you very much for your attention.
E con l'intervento del professor Falico, che ha dato anche...
So Professor Fallico also mentioned current geopolitical situation, which we need to deal with, also in a constructive way. With his speech, we conclude this first session. Now I leave the floor to the moderator of the second part of this morning, Giuseppe Ferrario, who's the Vice President of the Italian Uzbek Chamber of Commerce, and to his guests in the following panel. We will try and keep the defined times, because we also have an online connection with another part of the world. Thank you.
Can you please come back to the meeting room?
Prova. Test, test, test.
Special session is starting. Buongiorno a tutti.
Good morning. My name is Giuseppe Ferrario. I'm the Vice President
È pronta la traduzione simultanea? È pronta la traduzione? E allora
Good morning. Good morning again. My name is Giuseppe Ferrario. I'm the Vice President of the Italian Uzbek Chamber of Commerce. Samarkand hosts the Verona Eurasian Economic Forum for its 2023 edition. This event seeks to contribute to business dialogue in the greater Eurasia space. Samarkand is a historical jewel of Uzbekistan and all of Central Asia. It is a traditional place of intersection and fruitful interaction of different peoples and cultures. And today, it's called upon to keep playing an important role in creating an atmosphere of trust and good neighborliness between China, India, Russia, and the North Atlantic region. And this role is particularly important in the difficult current situation. Uzbekistan confirms its important and constructive international role and its enormous trade and economic potential. So what is the vision of the future and the opportunities of Uzbekistan and its growing economy in a dynamically changing world? We will discuss all this with Badreddin Abidov, Deputy Minister for Investment, Industry and Trade of the Republic of Uzbekistan, Giorgio Veronesi, the President of the Italian Uzbek Chamber of Commerce, Yusuf Abdullayev, Advisor to the Chairman of the Board of Aerial Group and Rector of Samarkand International Technological University, Oybek Shaihov, General Secretary of Euros and founder of the East-West Group, Leonardo Comucci, Honorary Consul of Uzbekistan in Tuscany and Umbria, who's a great friend of Uzbekistan, and Florian Gosner, CEO of Free Greenhouse and COO of Friel Geo. And finally, Alessandro Murazzo, who is a member of the board of directors of Geothermia Zero Emission Italy and a geologist. So I would leave the floor to Badreddin Abidov, Deputy Minister of Investment, Industry and Trade of the Republic of Uzbekistan. Mr. Abidov, the floor is yours.
Dear friends, today I would like to pay your attention on the role of Uzbekistan on economical relationship and its impact on the future of the region of Eurasia. Uzbekistan is a country that has a strategical location and it also play a great important role in economical development of the region. In the beginning, of course, we had a lot of changes in our Uzbekistan that, of course, impact the economy and also cooperation with the society. Our country became more open, and of course the investment environment became more favorable. It's make our country more attractive for investment. We also cooperate with all our state partners and regional organizations and also international institutions. In this regard, we actively participate with countries that are also our neighboring countries in Central Asia. We also participate in international organizations as SCO organization or UN and also Organization of Economical Cooperation and many other formats. These formats, of course, help us to develop our trade in other spheres. That, of course, help us to develop the whole region. The modern Uzbekistan is also characterized in the development of agriculture, transport, and logic. We also have the textile industry and also electro industry and also building materials and tourism. We take some measures to reduce the dependence from the raw materials and also certification of economy. The main element of modern Uzbekistan is also the development of the transport infrastructure. Country is the main link of West, East, and also North and South. And of course, the development of outer roads, it's also can we use Uzbekistan as a hub, transit hub. We also continue cooperation with the neighboring countries in the field of investment and trade, and also strengthening our relationship outside of our borders that will help us to develop the whole region. I would like to stop here at the main issues on the topic of our session: economical reform and the transformation in all life parts in Uzbekistan. It's already conducted from 2016. We take some measures for liberalization of economy in order to attract also investment and developing the private sector. Some, just few of them that were done in the framework of this reform. It's, of course, the currency regime. In 2000, it was a free exchange currency that, of course, help us to make our investment environment more favorable. We also reduce the taxation that also activates the business in the country. To attract the foreign investment, we take measures including to creation of the free economical zone and also given some benefits to foreign investors. We also implement different projects such as construction of roads, which help us with logistics development and trade overall. We also develop the agriculture in order to have the food safety and provision of the food. Of course, we support SMEs and, of course, create different workplaces. We reduce the state control. All these measures, they showed a positive result, and we attract more investments and also increase the export volume and diverse of our economy. We play also a big role in the region of Central Asia, and of course there are several factors for it. First of all is a geopolitical location because we're located with Afghanistan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, Kazakhstan, and of course that's gave some importance of the transit routes and also energy security. Also, our country is very rich with different raw materials and resources, including gold, and the strategical interest of our country, of course, economical integration. Uzbekistan is trying to deepen their relationship with the neighboring countries in Central Asia and beyond. We participate in regional integrated initiatives such as SCO and others. Energy security, it's also a very important direction in order to generate the energy, and we can play a important link here, including also the transport of such sources of energy. As the developing of the routes, transport routes, we're trying to develop our logistic infrastructure in order to strengthen our position in the Euro-Asian space. Uzbekistan is also face some challenges in the development. We talk about the world economy, world not stable situation, and we are trying to strengthen the economy of our country. The reduction of the price to the sources of energy is also one of the factors in this process. And as Uzbekistan is the producer of energy and generator of energy, the price change it's also verification of the sources of energy. First of all, we talk about alternative sources of energy as solar energy and wind energy. And such policy is very important in our reforms. We take in our location and try to develop the trade with the neighboring country and the world markets. Overall, in the agricultural sector, we have also a big opportunity. The location of course, land resources and farms play a big role. Investment in the agriculture will lead to the growth of the export of agricultural product. We also have a good, of course, tourist potential. It's a cultural inheritance that also help us to develop the tourist industry. In the framework of the reforms of economy, we have some measures that will help us to make the environment more favorable and to attract the investment and develop businesses. And overall, I would like to draw attention to the education and innovations, which is very important element in our reforms. Investment in the human resources and, of course, innovations will help us to increase the potential of the labor, and it's a main important topic of our government. And of course, the development of transport, as I mentioned, is very important in our efforts. I would like to note here that we see the important role of the international organizations very important in order to have a dialogue and find solutions to some issues. It's, as I mentioned before, is UN, for example, and other institutions where Uzbekistan is actively participated in collaboration is such countries as CSI countries, and it's where we have also the free zones of trade, which of course allows the investors to take the preferences. It's also SCO organization that also help us to develop economical relationship and investment and tourism and other economical development. Overall, the regional cooperation has important role in the development of our economical relationship, and in this regard, I would like to note here such formats as a Central Regional Economical Forum, correct, that of course combine a lot of directions of our mutual cooperation and also implementation of initiative and projects. This platform help us to spread and broaden our cooperation with other countries, exchange of experience, and of course find solution to some economical issues. And of course, any cooperation with any organization and partners, international and also neighboring countries, it's very important for our initiative. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Deputy Minister, for your speech. Now we leave the floor to Giorgio Veronesi, President of the Italian-Uzbek Chamber of Commerce. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for being here. And thank you to the Association Conoscere Eurasia for organizing this event today in such a wonderful city and venue. And also thanks, Giuseppe, for the introduction. I'm Giorgio Veronesi. I'm the president of the Italian-Uzbek Chamber of Commerce. Therefore, I will speak of the relations between the two countries and our activities to promote the relations between the two countries. So our Chamber of Commerce was set up in 2002, so we have already more than 20 years in promoting exchanges between the two countries. Our HQs are in Milan, but we're also present in Tashkent. We have been for several years. Of course, our institution is well recognized by all the local authorities, and both in Italy and in Uzbekistan. So we support entrepreneurs and companies who are interested in Uzbekistan, and for Uzbek entrepreneurs who are interested in Italy. Our structure is relatively small, but it's very active. We organize missions, visits, and exhibitions, and other events of the sort. Here you can see on screen a list of our members. There are about 40 of us, so a relatively small group, but it includes large enterprises, both large, small and medium enterprises. We follow them all with the same support. These companies are active in several different sectors, and here you can see a list: engineering, steel production, chemical products, project and design for any type of energy equipment, textile production, international transport and export services. Of course, banking services. Intesa Sanpaolo is one of our members, and then legal services. So this is just to give you a brief overview, sort of background information on our association. And now I would like to move on to the information that Italian investors and companies are interested in. So the reasons why an Italian entrepreneur or company should be interested in Uzbekistan. As Professor Fallico mentioned earlier, the main point, or the first point to make, is that a rapidly growing country, and you've already heard the figures, 5 and 6% of growth, and in terms of GDP. And Uzbekistan grew also during the first year of COVID. It's a greatly stable country. The president is the author of all the reforms we've heard about earlier. So president was recently re-elected for 7 more years. So political stability is certain for the next future. And the strategic vision of the country is very clear. You've already heard some of the quotes from the president's speeches. Everyone in Uzbekistan has very clear ideas on what the president aims to do in the next few years. This is an Italian, a presidential republic, just like France. And a very important aspect is the availability of natural resources. Uzbekistan is rich in gas, but also in many minerals that are only partially taken advantage of. It produces gold. It's the 9th copper producer in the world, and it aims at becoming the 3rd producer by 2030. It also boasts a very lively agricultural sector. I'm sure during these days you have been able to enjoy local produce, fruit and vegetables. You will have realized that it is very high quality. Another important aspect is that of strategy. So regarding these natural resources and products, the government has a specific strategy. In the past, Uzbekistan used to export those products as they were, whereas the government has now decided to focus on local processing. So rather than just putting gas into a pipeline to transfer it to China, 5,000 kilometers away, or other countries, the idea is to exploit that gas to produce those added value products that are useful for the development of the country. This is very wise, and the same is true for the food sector, in the agriculture sector. And then we should say that this country is highly populated. It's the most populous country in Central Asia, and the average age is low. The level of education is very high, and the country has very clear goals to improve the education levels, for example, to improve the access of the youth to university-level studies. The cost of workforce is not very high, and of course the cost of gas and energy in general is very low, being a producing country. So competitiveness is high, and as the previous speaker said, the government is making huge efforts to promote investments, therefore to make sure that the operational conditions for foreign investors are easier than in the past. So they are setting up business and economic reforms, creating free trade zones, and the possibility to acquire land for free, and with tax holidays, possibilities on revenue for companies. As for Italy, an important aspect is that there is a general appreciation for Italian products. This is important. These products are seen as very high-quality products with competitive prices. So having said all this, of course, the question that I'm asked very often is, what are the main sectors? So as I said, there's a possibility to sell technology, equipment, and project design in all the sectors I mentioned. Therefore, these development projects for gas can be tackled. So projects focusing on building blocks for the chemical industry, and then everything that comes downstream of that with a very high added value. Then we mentioned the sector of alternative energies and sustainability. Some of the speakers in this panel will discuss the experience of Italian enterprises in this sector. Then we have the sector of minerals. In the next future, minerals will become even more important at the world level, because you might have realized that alternative energies require the use of a high quantity of metals. Therefore, the request for metals will increase in the next future with the development of alternative energies, and this demand will increase for cobalt and but also for gold, for copper and steel. So there is the possibility to take part in many different projects. So of course, it's not easy to win contracts in Uzbekistan, as it isn't easy in any part of the world. Here, it is very important to have a local presence and be close to the needs of the client, the local client. And then it's important to take care of the financing aspect. Besides participating in projects, I believe that all these activities, economic activities I just mentioned, they are all interesting, and they have a high profile in terms of their business plan. So I believe it would be interesting for Italian investors to be part of joint ventures, given that Italian companies can bring devices, equipment, and technology and supervision, and local enterprises can offer manpower, premises, and local administration and management of activities. So there can be a win-win situation between local and Italian enterprises, so as to then share the benefits over time. The idea is that of producing for the local market, because this is a populous country. The local market is very important, of course. I have 1 more minute. So saying the local market is very important, but of course the whole region is important. Uzbekistan has very good relations with all countries in the region, so it is a good platform, and then there's a possibility for export towards towards Europe. So I need to close here. Thank you for your attention, and of course, if you have any comments, requests, I'll be here during the coffee break. Thank you for your attention.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President Veronesi. Now I leave the floor to Yusuf Abdullayev, who is the advisor to the chairman of the board of the Ariel Group, and he's also the rector of Samarkand International Technological University.
Assalamu alaikum, xush kelibsizlar Samarqandimizga. Уважаемые гости, Верона вошла, по-моему,
Dear guest, Verona is become a world dictionary word. And first of all, it gave us, of course, Romeo and Juliet. And the second, of course, it's we have this Verona Forum. I would like to thank our president of our forum for the great analysis of the world situation, of our activities, and what we are and where we are and what we should do. When we heard also the welcoming speech of our president, you paid attention on sustainable development. Sustainable development. 36 years ago, maybe you remember when UN asked the politicians and scientific people to make the future report, we had this notion, sustainable development. 36 years passed. Politicians, of course, they had some negotiations. Financing people, they also communicate technology, they developed. We would not become wise. Anyway, we are trying to separate more and more. Each time when you listen to the president and also the speeches of my colleagues and also other participants, you paid attention, you dominate about Uzbekistan's reformation, liberalization, and also the openness. Yes, it's true. We are trying to make the democratic, open society. It's very difficult. Not everything we can accomplish, but regardless how much you will talk about politics and business, you have to change mentality. If mentality is not changed, it's a principle that basis of the business, it will be hard. And in such conditions, we are going through the same difficulties of transitional period, but we have in our program, program 2030 Uzbekistan, very important tasks. I'm here represent the consortium of about 70 companies, more than thousands of different staff. It's an aerial, engineering, sonar engineering, and many others. And this building was built by our consortium. Airport that you arrived to, it also was built by our consortium, and many other big places. Also, the musical center, Imam Bukhari, it's of course it's the apostle Pavel for the Christianity, and of course it's after the Prophet. It's also going through the reconstruction by our company, and our company pay a great attention not only on development of a business. Of course, it's a private company, but at the same time, when the President Mirziyoyev 7 years ago was ahead of our country, first of all, he announced the element of the opening, the maximum cooperation of different state and also private sectors and partnership. And also, it's the first time he gave these ways to create the private university. I am the dean of the private university. It's an international technical university. All people that are here, please applaud to our participants. They are my students. I'm very proud of them. So now please do not tell me anything. So we have such an interactive cooperation with also dean and the students. It's not very easy to develop education nowadays because we have to dramatically change the mentality and approach. So what we have done, first of all, in the charter, we took from our new constitution, it's of course honor, free thinking. If my students would not have a free thinking, if the teacher will tell them, but they will not make any conclusions, we will not change this free thinking. It's very important. And the third one element is, of course, what our world is in need is humanity. We collect in our university, and it was also formed by the degree of the president. And of course, me as a professor with 60 years of experience, I'm very proud that the free environment help us to implement the latest and most updated technology. Maybe we had before only 61 and only state university. We have 212 and about 60 of them are private universities. What other examples do you need? These people that will change the next generation. Our university also collect technology and culture. Technology. Why? We took the international standards and we developed together with the Clademos mines. We also mining, geology, chemical, petroleum engineering, computer science. Together with the Chinese partners, we also have Chinese Electropower Institute. And together with the Korean partners, we open this also design, direction, digital economy, and renewable energy. We open the doors, first of all, to engineering and management. Our president is an engineer by himself. He was a student and he became also the vice principal of the Engineering Institute. That's why he pays a great attention to education and to the new generation. That's why he tried to promote and develop the science and education, as it was mentioned before, and innovations as well. The president said engineering education, first of all, we need new schools, and based on our university we have them. We need international standards. We create international standards. We need international experience. In our university we have 31 PhD foreigners that, of course, they teach also different languages, and the main subjects are taught by the foreigners from Canada, from US, or even from Cameroon, Jibo. Of course, it's also a good professor, and from Palestine. We do not look what country they are from. We look about his achievement. We do not look at him from the prism of politics. That's, of course, the multivectorness of our policy, and graduated from also a master's degree in United States on the 4th of September. The Stanford also published the best 2% of science and our cover. American Palestine, as you can see, they're citizens of the world, and this, of course, children that are here, that are also trying to assist in this conference. We want for them not to be just philanthropes. They have to struggle for the world along with technology. And of course, it's a culture of the world. We have Cameroonian, Algerian, Canadian, and of course, the first dean with a great international. It's a ninth Giuseppe Giseiense from Italy. First he was a dean, and now he is deputy. So when I said, now you have to be the first prorector, because if I will continue, I will look at our traditions, but you can implement CPU's international and also Italian experience. And this is the principle of our institute. And as for the culture, here I would like to mention to the colleagues that we created a special center, a scientific educational center, person, culture, world. It's a culture of the world. And of course, peacemaker education from Colorado recently passed away, Terence Westel. And what kind of person he is. He sent to us more than 20 different books for tolerance of books. And his Rebecca and Palestinian girls, they write letters. You can say the letters of Rebecca to Ahmed. It's a 16-year-old, two young people that fall in love, and they write what this world is missing, its tolerance. And we created this cultural center of the world. We tried to just recently receive from Italy. Mariconi was the president. Just 15 seconds for me, was the president of Association of Modern Muslim, and Palmelio sent a letter to us about Samarkand. Dear friends, this element of the new education that will lead to go through the reform, and of course, and the last words on the way here, you also use the road, is the prospect of Abdullah Rudaki. His grave about 127 kilometers from here in the mountains. And he has such words. For the world, you look with a wise eyes, not like you looked before. World is the sea. If you want to swim, build a ship from the kind words and actions. And I wish all of you all good actions.
Thank you to the rector for his speech. And now we leave the floor to Oybek Shaykhov, General Secretary of EuroUse and founder East-West Group. I would like to ask all speakers to please stick to 8 minutes for their speeches. Thank you.
No.
Thank you. Now, the floor to you, Mr. Saikov.
I prepared my speech in English. Being in Brussels, it was used, and then I realized that now that I could actually speak in Russian. But since the speech is prepared, you all have your headphones, so you have the language of choice there. So Europe-Uzbekistan Association, EuroUZ, is Europe's trade chamber in Uzbekistan. We have more than 50 members, some of the largest European and Uzbek companies are members of EuroUZ, and we are very proud to have our mission to support European companies working in Uzbekistan and also Uzbek companies working in Europe. Today, economic advantages of Central Asia are more evident than ever, and that's clear all over the world. We see that Uzbekistan's president has met Russia's president, US president, China's president, German president, and yesterday I was in the next room here when the French president was here. So the importance of Uzbekistan in today's global context, as well as the whole Central Asia, is really amplified by the complexity of the global situation today. Over the last years, Uzbekistan very clearly turned its geographic and historical disadvantage into an advantage. I speak of the fact that Uzbekistan is a double landlocked country, but regional connectivity and the focus of the president on regional collaboration and partnership has transformed the landscape of Central Asia in a way that we have in fact never seen until today. And that of course opens doors to regional infrastructure projects which all solidify economic independence for the countries of Central Asia. So Central China, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan Railway, Trans-Afghan Railway are just some of the projects that could completely transform the landscape of economic landscape of Central Asia in the future. And this is something that is just a little piece of things that are happening here in Uzbekistan and Central Asia in general. Of course, there is a lot of investment that is needed into regional infrastructure and also, of course, within Uzbekistan, which in fact creates a lot of opportunities for European companies and companies from all over the world. Part of the reason we are here today. Central Asia's vision in this sense is very important in the new global context. Middle corridor is very important, as northern transport corridors are simply no longer accessible to the European companies. It's a reality we have to face. Cooperation with Azerbaijan is very important for Uzbekistan as well, because it gives access beyond Central Asia. It gives access also to the Caspian ports on the other side of the Caspian. So global challenges also create new risks. We have to speak about them openly. I live in Brussels. I come from Brussels today, and therefore I have to mention, of course, that sanction circumvention is also an important topic for both European and Uzbek companies. Europe is not trying to prevent Uzbek companies to do business in any other market, but having the right understanding is important for both Uzbek and European companies, as it actually could allow to continue to do business in complex historical markets under the right frameworks. So we support, as EuroUZ, EU companies and Uzbek companies to do due diligence, to gain better understanding of the complexity of the subject, and we engage in Brussels to support Uzbek companies to justify as well their position and their interests in terms of doing business in other markets. Dialogue on all levels, therefore, is extremely important because it creates understanding, it creates mutual respect among those who are faced with current global realities. And especially trade chambers like we are here today, carry much more significant responsibilities than we have ever carried in recent history. We have here our partners, the Association for European Business in Russia, with whom we have a long-standing partnership. We work with Eurobac in Kazakhstan, European Business Association in Kazakhstan, and different associations all over the world in order to really create dialogue, create opportunities, and mutual respect, and continue to do business. Thank you very much for having me here today.
Grazie mille, Oibek.
Thank you very much, Oibek. And now we give the floor to Leonardo Comucci, Honorary Consul of Uzbekistan in Tuscany and Umbria. Good morning, everyone. I would like, first of all, to start my speech by thanking the President, President Fallico, who has constantly been organizing this forum, and I've been participating in it for years today. We are here in Samarkand with the support of the Ministry for Investments in Uzbekistan. I will not repeat what previous speakers have already said. The Deputy Minister Abidov and then the President Veronesi already illustrated very well what the opportunities for investments are here in Uzbekistan. Instead, I would like to tell you the story of the opening of the first consulate, the first honorary consulate of Uzbekistan in Italy. This is a long, complex story involving the city of Florence and Samarkand as well. In 2011, the Tuscany region, one of the most important regions in central Italy, was looking for partners and was looking for foreign countries with which to develop business. It was actually a way to expand the boundaries of our trade, not to delocalize. The idea was to move production to other countries in order to get closer to the Eastern market. And we managed to do that by partnering with Uzbekistan, a country which immediately welcomed our invitation and came to us with a lot of trust and also with a lot of economic availability. We started to cooperate, our cooperation in 2012, in the city of Samarkand. It led to the signing of a friendship agreement and a twinning agreement between Samarkand and the city of Florence, which has remained the same for many years between an Italian city and an Uzbek city. By the way, these are two cities with a 1,000-year-old story and which boast a long cultural heritage. The agreement that was signed led to the opening of the honorary consulate that I am honored to represent. It would have never grown without the intense personal relationships that we've always nurtured during the years, and also thanks to the many events that we've organized both in Italy and Uzbekistan to confirm our will to do business together, started, however, as Professor Fallico was saying, from solid friendship relations. At the Expo in Milan, we celebrated the anniversary of our twinning at the Uzbekistan pavilion. From then on, several events and cultural and social initiatives followed. They have brought the people of these two cities closer together. Today, we have a lot of fruitful cooperation between universities, including a Tuscan university which has opened a branch here in Uzbekistan. Other universities are ready to sign agreements to promote the exchange of students and professors. The diplomatic acceleration that we've seen in 2023 with the visit of our Ministry for Defense, followed by the visit of the President of Uzbekistan in Rome, and the visit of our President of the Republic soon to Uzbekistan, well, this all creates a context of mutual trust which favors investments, based, as I said, on the friendships that we've been able to develop. In addition to the consulate, we've also created in September, very, very recently, just a couple of months ago, the new cultural and economic center representing the Republic of Uzbekistan in central Italy. Again, it was opened in Florence. This is one of the most important ones in Europe and the only one in Italy. The function of the center is to strengthen the economic development between the two countries, and in future it will become a center to represent Uzbek companies in Italy. It will also play a cultural role, promoting the integration between the Uzbek who live in Italy, so that they can meet for celebrations and they can spread the Uzbek culture in Italy thanks to events dedicated to fashion, cooking, history and traditions. These traditions often connect the Italian people to the Uzbek people. In 2024, we are going to organize an exhibition at the Uffizi Galleries in Florence. This is one of the most visited museums in the world. We will organize an exhibition on the treasures of Uzbekistan. It will allow Italians to get to know Uzbekistan even more, and it will raise a lot of interest, with interest in economic consequences for both countries, and also with a tourist added value. A consulate helps Uzbek citizens in Italy, of course. I and my co-workers personally try and give everyone help whenever they need. Also, in any business relations they would like to start with Italian companies. One last note, and I am speaking in particular to the ministries who are here and the Uzbek authorities. We have more than 300 square meters in Florence, one of the most important cities in Italy, and we have the chance of developing we would like to call it the House of Uzbekistan. We would like to bring the traditions of Uzbekistan to Italy so that Italians can get to know it. We would like for the ministers who are here in the Uzbek institutions to help us develop the House of Uzbekistan in Florence. This will have a cultural relevance, but also an economic one. I thank you very much. I hope I wasn't too long, and I now give the floor back to our moderator. Thank you. You were perfect, Leonardo. Thank you very much for the important story you've told. And now I'd like to give the floor to Florian Gosner, CEO of Friel Greenhouse and COO of Friel Geo.
First of all, thank you for the opportunity to present Friel here at this forum. Friel holds a prominent position as a producer of green energy in Italy. Our business encompasses photovoltaic, biomass, biogas, hydropower plants, and also agriculture business. We are dedicated to sustainable and eco-friendly development, long-term investment, and we generate value for our partners and stakeholders with consistent risk management and innovative thinking. Our most recent business unit is known as Pangea. It is rooted in Ostellato, where we operate Italy's largest high-tech greenhouse. Our greenhouses have a low environmental footprint, but require a substantial thermal and electrical need to ensure year-round production. Geothermal energy, specifically medium enthalpy binary cycle technology, is the only renewable energy source capable of meeting these year-round requirements. A medium binary cycle geothermal plant coupled with an organic ranking cycle system can provide both thermal and electrical energy 24/7 with no greenhouse gas emissions at high predictability. We begin to construct our pilot project in Ostellato and have observed, owing to strong regulatory drive due to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions along the recent geopolitical development, it This technology can make a significant contribution to national energy independence from natural gas imports, a substantial reduction of CO2 emissions, and enhancement of air quality, especially in North Italy. Over the last 2 years, we have identified more than 100 suitable areas in Italy for potential development of geothermal plants. We have selected the top 15 locations based on their thermal heat needs, existing district heating infrastructure, and geological circumstances. The geothermal energy will receive full regulatory support of the government, as is one of the most disruptive technologies in transition to cleaner energy, ensuring the availability of 24/7 green thermal and electrical power. These days we are here in Uzbekistan to establish a partnership with Ariel to execute our investment project in Italy of all these geothermal power plants, and hopefully also develop here in Uzbekistan some geothermal projects. In conclusion, FREL is not only a leader in the green energy sector in Italy, but we are also at the forefront of innovation with our project Pangea, as we embark on this journey today to provide sustainable and reliable energy solutions. We are not only contributing to the reduction of CO2 emissions, but also paving the way for greater energy independence, cleaner air, and brighter future. Thank you for your attention.
Grazie, Florian Gostner.
Thank you very much, Florian, for this interesting presentation. Now I'm happy to give the floor for the last presentation to Alessandro Murlazzu, member of the Board of Directors of Geothermia Zero Emission Italy, and also a geologist. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for inviting me here. I will try and give a contribution to this important meeting as regards renewable energies. And after Florian's intervention, we will also give important information on new technology, on renewable energies, something new, not so new in Italy, actually. Italy is one of the first countries in the world having produced electricity this way, so producing geoelectricity, and the trend is developing because it is one of the new resources with the zero-to emissions. Let me show you a few slides to illustrate how renewable energy keeps increasing and has kept increasing over the last few years, both in Europe and in other parts of the world. Of course, the transition is slow, unfortunately, but it is happening, and it has picked up speed in recent years. It will surely enable us to reduce some of the problems of traditional sources to produce electricity and heat. And in particular, geothermal energy plays a minor role compared to wind power and solar power, yet it has great potential. In all over our planet, we have heat in the underground. Heat can be used to heat up our houses and our companies without altering the climate. And so that heat is a natural source that can be exploited. And we just have it available below our feet. So we are working at a development path to develop this alternative energy source. It is very stable because, as Florian just said, this is a source that is available 24/7 every day of the year. And another important point, we don't need very high water temperatures, such as 300 degrees Celsius, as we have in Tuscany in Italy. But this system can actually be developed in areas that are not exploited in terms of geothermal power. In Italy, in particular, we have been developing several projects in the Po Valley or in parts of the Tuscany region and in the Lazio region where the geothermal gradient is normal. So for oil and gas search, we found the presence of water at temperatures higher than 130 degrees Celsius. And this enabled our company to apply for 15 authorizations, 15 licenses to build the first power plants with zero CO2 emissions. So we have projects in the Lombardy region and the Emilia-Romagna region, in Tuscany, the Lazio region, and Veneto region. And this proves that, unlike everyone thinks, this energy source has a great potential for development, even in areas that aren't already well known, so to speak, in terms of geothermal energy. And our collaboration with the Uzbek company RL is important. They are our future partner, very important to join our skills and especially on oil perforation, oil drilling. And we will be able to use these skills and experience on hot water to produce renewable energy with a great stability. As you know, one of the main limits of renewable energies is stability. Well, geothermal power doesn't have this problem. And here on slides, you see the location of our projects that are developed based on the information we found through oil and gas search in our underground. We found hot water reservoirs in the underground that can be used to produce energy, to extract lithium, but also to extract other raw materials that will surely become more and more important for a green growth. So this collaboration with the Uzbek company will surely bring great benefits even here in Uzbekistan, because yesterday we went to visit gas and oil drilling here, the stations here in Uzbekistan. So we saw that here you have a great geothermal potential that has never been tapped. So we hope we can build the first geothermal power plant in Uzbekistan. Thank you. Thank you to Mr. Murazzo for your interesting intervention. And now the special session ended. And if you have specific questions, I would ask you to please contact the speakers directly. They will be able to answer your queries directly. So we can now leave the stage to the following session. Thank you very much.
Good moderation, excellent, excellent. I did my best. Grazie, è stato perfetto, sono i tempi perfetti. Grazie Giorgio. Io, vabbè, abbiamo fatto due drive.
Hurmatli mehmonlar, 5 daqiqadan keyin
In 2022, the world faced its worst energy crisis in decades, and today, the energy market is undergoing a major transformation. Energy prices became volatile, Europe abandoned oil and gas from Russia, and Asian countries gained access to large volumes of Russian raw materials at a steep discount. By the end of 2023, global oil demand will increase by 2.2 MMBPD to reach 102.1 MMBPD. Over the past 18 months, the US, the EU, and Japan combined have used 330 million barrels of strategic reserves in an effort to stabilize the market. Experts say that the OPEC Plus countries are ready for further cuts in production quotas in order to maintain prices above $75 per barrel. Given that over the past decades, oil has become not only a source of energy, but also a tool of geopolitics, its possible price hike of up to $100 could trigger a new round of global inflation. Having practically abandoned purchases of Russian gas, the EU has begun to diversify its LNG purchases, and the number of suppliers has increased significantly compared to 2022. There is a trend for reducing gas consumption in the electric, energy, and industrial sectors. This is due to measures to enhance energy efficiency in the region and reduce production activity. Overall, over 5 years, demand for raw materials was 15% below average. Coal, for which decarbonisation advocates predicted a speedy exit, is in no hurry to quit the scene. In 2022, demand for coal exceeded 8 billion tonnes. In 2025, China plans to build new 270 GW coal-fired power plants. India and the countries of Southeast Asia are following the same path. At the same time, China pays a great deal of attention to green energy and is expected to account for almost half of the world's additional renewable energy capacity in 2022 to 2027. In India, the number of new renewable energy infrastructure facilities will double over the next 5 years, primarily due to solar energy. Hydrogen is not far behind in the struggle for the fuel of the future title. Its role as an element of energy storage systems will keep growing. It is hydrogen that lies today at the heart of the global energy agenda, and even the most conservative estimates suggest that its role in the energy mix could reach about 18 to 20% by 2050. Germany plans to build a network of hydrogen pipelines, and if production targets are achieved, then the use of this resource will allow 30 to 50% of German households to be supplied by 2030. The process of decarbonisation of the global energy market has been going on for several years. However, the COVID-19 pandemic and then the events in Ukraine have had a significant impact on the pace of the energy transition and on the balance of power in international energy trade. Therefore, key players in the fuel and energy market now face a particularly acute need for a flexible and timely response to challenges arising from the current unstable situation. How will demand for key energy resources develop? What are the prospects for transition to green energy in the coming years? How do business representatives see the prospects for raw materials and especially energy markets?
Так, уважаемые коллеги, просьба.
Dear colleagues, please take your seats. And all speakers are here, and we will start our energy.
Take your seat. We are about to begin our session on energy.
We have a lot of speakers, but time is limited. Our section will reflect the unfairness of our current world because we have a large number of participants, but the time that we have is the same as all other sections. My name is Konstantin Simenev. I'm the head of the Fund of Energy Security. In order to save time, I will reduce, of course, myself. I will not be doing a big introduction, but energy, of course, it's a very important sector, and it's very will be stupid to think why on our forum the topic of energy is one of the key. But in this year, we have very dynamic approach for our forum, because before we had a different guest section and which I was moderator, but now we joined all sectors of energy in one section, and we hope it will be very interesting and fruitful. Recently, we can hear a lot that there are so-called collective West. There is also the global South, and of course, maybe they will have a different energy agendas, but it still doesn't mean that they will not have any exchange of energy. But we more and more pay attention to each other, and it can be reflected on our energy relationship with Uzbekistan and Russia. And our first speaker is the Minister of Energy of Uzbekistan, Mr. Mirza Mahmudov, and he just returned from a forum in St. Petersburg. I also came from the same forum to Samarkand, and our relationship as a topic actually was very central for discussion. As you know, just recently the gas was starting to be provided through Kazakhstan, and we signed an agreement to expand. So I will give floor to you, the minister, and maybe he will cover some other aspect of the energy of Uzbekistan will discuss. Thank you very much, Konstantin. Good day, dear guests, dear participants of the panel session. It's true that the topic of energy transformation of the energy sector became very actual, and of course, Uzbekistan is not an exception. And briefly, I would like to voice some aspects of what is done in Uzbekistan, which direction we are moving, and what reforms in energy sector is conducted. For me, it's an honor to participate in this event, and I would like to note here that the growing demand for the energy and also the climate change, they put some task in ahead of us for sustainability of the development and also taking the measures for the consumption of energy. Taking consideration the current challenges with the head of our president, Mr. Mirziyoyev, we started the large reforms in energy sector. We also created at the first stage the 3 separate companies. It was a generation of stations, also the nets, and also electrical grids that also will be responsible to provision of this energy to the final consumer. We also had some reforms in the oil and gas industry that was separated, and of course they're mostly involved in the mining, and Ustrasgas that also conduct the grids, and also creation of regional gas companies that also was responsible for the provision of the gas to the consumers. And Uzgas Trade is also conducts the import and export operations and also internal provision of the product to the consumers. Thanks to all these reforms, we have a special legislation and certain laws were also adopted for the PPPs, and from 2000 we're actively trying to attract the private investment, and first of all for generation of the energy. And as a result, in 2021 and 22nd, the first solar stations were launched, and I would like to note here that one of the stations is located in Samarkand with a capacity of 100 megawatt, and maybe some of this energy were currently provided by these stations. Also, the share of the energy sector is about 8%. And most of it is because of hydro energy, but we have some ambitious tasks in front of us. Thanks to the reforms from 2020, we already implemented some projects on the basis of PPPs with Turkey, Emirates, and other countries for the heating stations. With the future transformation and decarbonization, we also would like to see the increase the share up to 25% by 2030, but the rate of consumption that we can see, the growth of consumption, required the crucial revision of this document, and we have more aggressive task. As a result, we have a task to reach these indicators of the VIA indicators by 2026. So more than 8 megawatt of solar energy and wind energy will be introduced to the grid by 2026. And I have to note here, by this year, we will also would like to launch about 4 megawatt of a new capacities on the basis of PPPs. It's in Sirdarya region we have a station, about 2,000 megawatt of solar generation and 100 megawatt of wind and about 300 megawatt of hydro for micro gas. I would like to note here that at the end of September, there was a special decree adopted for the future reforms in the sphere of energy and, of course, to creating of a market. And we are trying to see the step-by-step the investment attractiveness to this industry and the creation of the condition favorable for attracting of the private sector to this sector. I would like to say that currently the private sector is already introduced in the sphere of generation, and in the future we would like to see and attract also the private and international investors to the grid and also to transportation. And of course, the provision of sustainable energy and also the increase of the quality of the services to our consumers, and also the formation of the free rates and organization of every day by means of the trade online platforms. Taking this opportunity and also considering that here we have the leading Euro-Asian companies from Russia, Italy present here, we would like to call you and invite you for participation in reforming investment in this direction. I would like to note here that one of the other directions it was also mentioned about with Kazakhstan, it's a gas industry. The consumption of gas in the Republic also as an energy increase. Even though Uzbekistan is also one of the countries that are mining, but because for a long time we're using these deposits, they do not provide coverage of the increasing demand. And that's why currently Uzbekistan is also importing from Turkmenistan gas and also started from Russian Federation. And I would like to note here that all this gas is used for covering the internal demand of Republic for the growing of economy and for population. I would like also to know that in perspective, we would like to pay a special attention to efficiency of energy, and would like to attract here also for the participation the European and Asian companies, because with modernization of stations, and of course we try to also reduce the losses in the grid, and of course I would like to also see the increase of efficiency of our economy and also industry, where we can see future opportunities, and of course maybe reduction of the consumption twice. And in conclusion, I would like to say that taking into consideration current situations and global tendencies that exist in energy sector, we would like to combine our efforts in transformation of energy sector, developing of the green energy, and also reach also free carbon. And of course, we have to base it on the mutual understanding. Thank you for your attention.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you very much. And now we will continue our topic, the topic of gas, because this gas is growing, and of course it's very important from ecological, of course, and it's very important for companies. I will give a floor to Leonid Michelson, chairman of the board, member of the board of the director, Novatec. He is a participant of our forum. Quite recently, we had also some reports that in 2025 there is also a fail of prices. The competition will be also increasing in how your company views it.
Well, that's great if that happens. Maybe at last these prices will get back to where they used to be. Well, in the first place, I'd like to express my huge gratitude to Antonio Falico, and sticking to the tradition of holding this very important international forum in such a beautiful city, and I'm really happy to deliver my speech here. And of course, I'll touch upon gas. Well, the world consumes about 4 trillion cubic meters of gas per annum, of which international supply account for 1.2 trillion. The pipelines are used to export about 650 billion cubic meters of gas, and about 550 are transported in the form of LNG. On average, in the last 10 years, the incremental growth of the gas market was about 2% per annum, and 2/3 of this growth were covered by the growth in LNG sector. Due to its environmental characteristics and developed consumption infrastructure, it is expected that by 2030 the volume of LNG market will reach about 750 to 800 billion cubic meters. Last year, pipeline supply to Europe reduced by about 70 BCM, of which about 60 were replaced with additional supply of LNG. And the energy shortage which followed was replenished, among other things, with the help of coal. Well, in Europe, the European Union increased coal consumption, despite all the environmental agenda, by more than 2%. Now, Europe is continuing to commission LNG receiving facilities. The forecast is that by 2030, its consumption will increase by another 30 billion cubic meters and will reach about 190 billion. But even in this case, the level of consumption of gas by 2030 will be about 100 BCM below than the one we saw in 2021. At the same time, a year ago, European Union itself stated that natural gas and nuclear are the traditional sources of energy. That's why in these conditions the demand for LNG will probably exceed these expected numbers. Even now, I hear that in Europe they are reviewing the terms and the timelines of the climatic plans and goals, and they are considering a higher share of hydrocarbons to be used in the coming years. This is due to the prices, the topic just touched upon. Many liked the prices of $30–35 per MBTU last year, but I believe this is outrageous. When we were starting implementing our first projects, people used to ask us questions. Well, the market is oversaturated. How are you planning to commission new facilities? Because today it's the consumer's market. But I was sincerely saying that we are actually happy about it. If the prices are low, the countries will start reviewing their energy mixes. And the share of gas, when the prices are normal, naturally the gas will become a priority. But this did not happen for the reasons I just mentioned. But the biggest growth of LNG consumption is, of course, expected to happen in Asia. Our estimates are about plus 200 BCM. Currently, even partial conversion of coal power generation in the region to gas-fired power generation is the crucial objective in order to reach global climatic goals. China has commissioned 28 terminals for LNG receiving with a total capacity of 180 BCM. India is increasing its regas capacities. Next year, they will be able to receive up to 80 BCM. LNG consumption growth is expected in Indonesia and Pakistan. the global demand will continue growing, and only 3 resource bases can cover it. They are Qatar, Russia, and the USA. More than 70% of global liquefaction capacity is planned to be commissioned based on these reserves. The resource base of Qatar is highly profitable. Its potential is already being implemented to its full. They have made decisions to maximally expand their LNG production capacities. European companies are now very actively committing the future volumes from Qatar projects, and recently contracts were signed with expiry going beyond 2050. The US gas is much more expensive because gas extraction requires the gas extraction is more labor intensive there. In the recent years, the share of shale gas in the production structure in the USA achieved 79%. In these conditions, the crucial resource base to cover the future demand is the Russian resource base. In 2026-2027, Qatar will launch new LNG projects, which are supposed to contribute to stabilize the gas prices. LNG affordability will allow to continue reducing emissions and converting coal-fired generation to gas-fired generation around the world. And this affordability needs to be supported with the commissioning of new projects. We shall be commissioning new projects. And the European Union was thinking for a long time. There were a lot of discussions, and I already said in my presentation that officially natural gas and nuclear generation were acknowledged as the transitional stages. Everybody's naming their own timelines, but I said it on purpose that with Qatargas, some contracts are being signed to expire beyond 2050. So it is important to understand that it does not matter where the project is located. There is no link between a producer and a specific sales market. LNG market is almost similar to oil market. There are no good or bad LNG projects. Each production will contribute to ensuring the growing global demand for energy. Thank you so much.
Спасибо большое, Леонид.
Thank you very much. By 2050, of course, it's a promise of a European unit to become fully free of CO, and of course the contracts already signed for that year. But of course, now I can see that we will have the voice of Europe. We will listen. Now we will have direct. Okay, sorry. Yes, we're moving. Unfortunately, it was cancelled. So everything is very dynamically. So Leonid, you mentioned that 3 countries is our main countries on the market, and one of these countries is constantly introducing sanctions and of course behaving, let's say, not very positively. So just recently we received some news that also the American sanctions were affected. And are you sure that you are able to implement all the projects that you are trying to accomplish?
Well, I believe that it's 2022 is to blame because people like to see $30, $35. They just want to see it stay there. The fewer projects there are, the higher the prices are going to be. So, in a couple of words, the fact that sanctions were imposed, well, that's just the evaluation of how professional we are. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we will go back to our very hospital. Now we have here the Minister of the Mining Industry and Geology of Republic of Uzbekistan, Babur Islamov. So the floor is yours. Good day, dear participants of this economical forum. Welcome to sunny Samarkand. In short, I would like to brief you on the work that was done and the reforms that are currently taking place in the mining industry. under, of course, the leadership of our president. The process of transformation was already launched, and some declaration documents were adopted. The formation of the raw base, and of course, the effectiveness of the use, particularly, you know that Uzbekistan, as for the resources, is one of the leading in 10 when we talk about metals as gold, uranium, and some other resources, including salt. And of course, with the mining, we're also one of the leading countries for uranium and also gold. But we have a big task in front of us to increase. We have some documents adopted that we'll see the increase of the mining of gold in 1.5 times, for uranium for 3 times, and coal for twice for 2026. And as you can understand, it's a big task ahead of us. And of course, here we need to accelerate the development of this mining operations. And now we spend annually about $230 million just for the developing and exploring of the deposits. And of course, we have also our factories and plants like Navai and Uzbek plant, and of course about 50 different facilities we are trying to put for auctions in public in order to attract investors. In order for us to attract investors, we need to have a good legislation. It should be very transparent and also sustainable. That's why, together with the consultant of Asian Bank of Development, European Bank of Development, with attraction of international consultant, Boston Consulting Group, we developed a new also law, it's a mining codex that will see the direct action in order to separate all possible opportunities to investors, their terms, and also their duties. And together with them, we also developed and reduced the taxation for the usage of our resources. It will be positive for investors and also for the government. I can say, for example, for the gold use mining from 10 to 7%, for the copper from 10 to 7% was reduced. Well, from, of course, before we had 10, but we reduced it up to 2.7%. Uranium, it was also reduced from 10 to 8%. And of course, all this contributed to the fact that international companies entered to mining industry in our country. Today, very successful is a French company, Arana Mining, acting also some junior companies, B2Gold, also shows their presence in our country, and we hope that slowly, step by step, with the help of our investors, we will implement the projects for the mining and also for developing this industry. And at the same time, we understand that energy today dictates the tendencies that, of course, we have some strategical metal. We say they can be also called critical metals. Those are the metals that are used in a green energy, in production of accumulators, and it's a very actual question to discuss. It's in demand today. And in this regard, we would like to say that on the territory of Uzbekistan, we conducted quite a lot of mining exploration work in order to form our raw material base of the deposit of graphite and lithium, and also the clean aluminium. These activities are currently taking place, and we hope by the end of the year to receive so-called feasibility study of these projects, and will also formulate the necessary metals that together with investors and partners were able to mine on the territory of Uzbekistan, and with a deep of also of the development to receive those accumulators or batteries. We also have done some technical research in order to develop the treatment of the copper. And our task, of course, is to increase the mining of copper up to 500 ton. And parallelly, we are looking at the projects to receive the thin fulgium that will help us to produce the batteries and to implement of all this concept not far from Al-Malik city, where we usually mine the copper of Uzbekistan. The copper cluster was created. It's 138 hectares of land, and of course we have some investment projects for construction, and we hope to have the development and of the modern facilities for the treatment of these metals. Since we have the time limitation, I don't want to take your time, but I just would like to say here that we would be very pleased and to cooperate with you. If you have any questions, we also will provide the answers. We are here to cooperate. Thank you. Thank you very much, Minister. As you know, the European Union is a very interesting organization. Maybe somebody would like to state something or to voice the remarks. Now we have a session, you can say, very unusual moment, and now the energy sector will be broken, and now we will have also the direct Amana Prodi on our screen, and then we will continue our conversation. So it's maybe unusual, but this is how it is. The world is changing, so dear colleagues. Or is it again cancelled?
Professor Prodi, predisposto al collegamento.
So we see Professor Prodi, who is connected. So at the beginning of today, we said that Professor Prodi would be with us remotely. Hopefully he can hear us. Can you hear us? Hello. Good morning. This is Alessandro Cassieri from Samarkand. Yes, I can hear you well. I can't see you, but I can imagine that you're well. We do see you. The hall is full and is very curious to hear a European voice, as in supranational institution, because as Italians, we could say that Brussels hears might feel called upon, because during this forum we are focusing our attention and our action. We are seeing platforms consolidating in this part of the world, having to do with contracts and partnerships and acquisitions and exchanges in the most relevant sectors for industry and the economy in general. We see many actors involved, but not many from Europe. Let me remind our audience that you were president of the European Commission in the years when the euro currency was launched, and you were able to build credit for that currency, receiving opening to that currency from Russia and China at the time. So to you, my question is, when will European interests and the ability to play on this field as it used to be able to. When will this happen? Well, this is a very good question. First of all, thank you for inviting me. I'm very sorry not to be able to be there, but the meeting being postponed, I couldn't join you, but I'm sure I will be with you next time. So this is a serious problem. Europe has an extraordinary potential. Our industrial production is higher than the US production, and the same is true for export. The problem is that, as of now, the European institution structure is not complete yet. I usually say that Europe is the only case of great conciliation and joint action in the world, but this good bread that has been feeding the world for quite a long time is still not completely baked. And so we need to shoulder the responsibility as Europeans, the responsibility of not really playing our role in Central Asia. We are not taking full advantage of that soft power we can exert. When we created the euro currency, we had good relations with China and Russia. We were a good bridge. And now the international situation has made our task much more difficult. Now, we need to rebuild this bridge. But first of all, we need to be united as a European Union in politics and in foreign affair policy. Until we have that, we cannot play that role, that presence, a friendly presence that we used to have back when I was at the head of the Commission. Back then, together with Russia and China, Europe was the obvious reference point for the whole Central Asia. So we need to shoulder our responsibilities, which belongs to us. But we now see that there's growing tension. There are wars, so there's even more need for a European power. Yet now that has been weakened, and this is really seen in Europe right now. It's weak. For example, the European influence in Libya is basically non-existent. The same is true for Turkey, for Russia. They are leaders in Libya, which is very close to Europe, part of the Mediterranean neighborhood. And this hinders our role, the role we've always had over centuries. No, sorry, not centuries, but decades. It wasn't true for centuries. We were colonialists before, but for decades, Europe has been playing a positive role there. If you take the latest tensions between Israel and Palestine and Lebanon, that is probably the area where we have seen peace troops from Italy, France. They are able to preserve rights and dignity for local people. But let me reiterate that the problem is very serious, and I'm convinced that the next European elections will enable us to make a leap forward, because you see, since Brexit, it's been proven that nobody has interest in leaving the EU. Great Britain had its history of good relations with the US, but no other country has even remotely has the idea of leaving Europe. So for now a new period of greater presence begins for Europe. Mr. President, let me ask you another question on the Middle East. You mentioned Libya, and you also mentioned the ability of Europe a few years ago, when you were president of the European Commission, the ability of Europe to build a multinational coalition in Lebanon. And I remember that in St. Petersburg's G8 meeting, you arrived a bit late to a meeting with journalists, because you just had a meeting with the Israeli president. So in these 4 weeks of the new developments between Israel and Palestine, the EU has been silent on the one hand, and on the other hand, silent and divided. This perspective really weakens the whole European geopolitical unity, because as President Mickelson of Novatek just mentioned, the very perspective of decarbonization, the idea of the transition to clean energy, in this field Europe is realizing that will not be able to keep to its own goals. So we are making contracts with Qatar for gas for 2050. So the question is, how can European members make a change, a turn happen? Well, in this new Middle East crisis, we haven't been there, basically. Single countries have been present, but we haven't had a single and strong idea put forward, including international troops, an alternative to states. So the great choices for the future haven't been put forward by Europe yet. So I'm sad to say this. Yet, for years, we used to have a great influence. I remember that dialogues were perfect with all countries. Also, because I followed a very specific criterion. I never wanted to bring my economic system to other countries, but I tried to find shared coexistence rules with other countries on the basis of our mutual diversity. That's the great difference and the leap forward. I believe that Europe can take its role back, and we will be able to do that. I don't think it's very difficult, because after this crisis, Europeans will become more aware of the need for their presence. But we need to understand that the role of Europe is to link, to bring pieces together by respecting systems and diversity between countries. We don't want to convert anyone. We offer an example of a safe democracy, stable democracy, the capacity for progress and development. We have created a single market and extraordinary coexistence rules. We are still working at this, we still lack a shared foreign policy. You see, you mentioned some of the interventions made in this session. So as regards innovation, Europe is still able to set an example in the field of the environment. For example, it can still set rules in terms of the artificial intelligence. So Europe can still lead in thinking of a shared standard. But if we don't have a political power to back all this, it loses importance. So it's nice to see that Europe is the leader in finding worldwide rules in every field, but then it lacks the political power, the political strength to put them forward as proposals globally. That is the big problem for now. I wish, well, I'm sure that in the end we will have a Europe that is good at understanding its role, so its role as a power, as a cohesive power, because it will be taking advantage of its own diversity, and on that it will be able to put forward new proposals for everyone. Well, thank you, President. Thank you from Samarkand and from everyone. I'm sure your words will be central in the debate for this afternoon and tomorrow. Wonderful, thank you, and I wish you a fruitful day of work. I'm really sorry I cannot join you there. Well, thank you, Professor Prodi. See you soon.
Thank you very much, and we return to our energy sector. Of course, it's very good that the Europeans, they understand the mistake of their decision, but it's very bad that they do not take any actions. They just take it as inevitable. So with the energy sector, of course, some decisions and the decisions that are done, of course, are very threatening for the. But now we are back to Central Asia, and now we will have such part of our discussion that will be targeting the coal. We have the representatives here, two representatives of two industries, one of the metallurgy and another one is the coal industry. It's my pleasure to give floor to Sanjar Madyarovu. It's a first deputy of the company whose metallurgical plant. The floor is yours. Good day, dear participants of today's forum. I shortly would like to brief you on the perspective in the development of the raw materials based of our plant. As you know, this metal is widely used and key also component in the industries such as construction, also automobile industry, and also the production of machinery. Of course, the importance of the road is in economy. Of course, it's very hard to underestimate. Up to now, in the Republic, we have about 100 different metallurgical institutions that conduct their activities on 146 and 138 different stoves. And the capacity of these industries for the steel up to now is 2.1 million tons, and about 52% of this capacity is for the Uzbek Metallurgical Combinate is a share. By 2025, for the potentially, we see 3.5 tons a year for production. Such indicator will be reached due to the implementation on Uzbek Combinate, some investment projects such as construction of the complex with a capacity of 1 million ton, and also the expenditure for 500 ton capacity. Of course, all this is about 48% from total capacity, and also the construction of this plant with a capacity of 800 ton in Samarkand region, and additional capacity on the chain special steel for 300 capacity ton, and in Namagan. Of course, we understand the demand currently is 1.7 ton, out of which 70% and 1,200 ton is produced in territory of Uzbekistan, and the rest is exported. So we try to form our base, and by the degree of the president of Uzbekistan, we developed a special industrial zone, Karakzad, located in Pakistan, and they organized the special complex based on the Timbabula deposit. And Timbabula, by mining 58 million ton a year of root, will be conducted 3 million of different metallurgical raw materials. So it will be 2 stages. The first one will be launched in 2025, and the capacity will be 1.8 million tons of the iron, and this material will be used for the need of Uzbek combinat and also for internal market. And the second stage will be launched by 2026. The initiator of the project is Triangle Metal Tip and Black, and they will produce 1 million tons of loom and one also of slab. It's also the raw material for the lists of metal lists. With our plant, we also conduct activities of alternative sources of energy with Uzbek Cabinet and also TPL Group. We have now negotiations of purchasing of energy with capacity 150 megawatt this year, and by 2024 additional one by the construction of the solar station in Andijan region. In addition, we also implement the projects of construction small stations with 900 kilowatt in our company. Our company will be glad to accept some suggestions in create and opportunities to create such energy and material base. This is all from my side. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much, Mr. Badiyarov. I would like to question, when we talk about black metallurgy, the industry that should disappear in the future because, of course, it has a high climatical impact. Do you feel it in Uzbekistan? So as the representative of this industry, can you answer this question? No, we don't actually feel any climatical pressure. This industry actually developing in Uzbekistan. As I mentioned in my presentation and report, there is a growth of demand, and in Uzbekistan, our spheres of construction is also developing, and we expand also automobile industry, and as well as in the whole world, and that's why. So the development is more important. Okay, well, thank you very much. Now we'll give floor to representative of the coal industry, and as that's a European representative of coal industry, it's Coal Creasy Company Commodities, Urbana Clerici, the chairman of CEO, of the company. So please, how the coal is still surviving in Europe? I believe it's not easy, but it's very pleasant to see that your company with a long history is still on the market.
In beautiful cities, but no, in very strategic locations. So thank you again for that. It's a good occasion, obviously, to discuss and find new ideas. So Coeclerici is an Italian company. We have been, since 120 years in the coal industry. Not only, but we started in the coal industry. We have some investments globally, mainly in Australia, Indonesia, in Italy, and we also have an investment in Russia. The investment in Russia is in Kemerovo. I always like to mention that we consider Kemerovo a very central location, strategically very important because it is very close to Kazakhstan, close to Mongolia, and obviously close to China. So just for that, it's already an important location, and plus it has the opportunity to export both through the Pacific and through the Atlantic. So this is the best, experience that we have to understand Eurasia in its maximum potential. So the question about coal, obviously, it's difficult to speak about coal today. We do mainly metallurgical coal, but also thermal coal. It's an industry that is obviously trying to cut any possible investment to cut the supply, which is something that obviously is bringing some results. So the production has been cut. The problem is that the demand has not been cut yet. So the demand for coal is still there, especially in the metallurgical industry. So obviously this is has not worked really efficiently. I think the measure have not worked significantly yet. On the the prospection that even the international agency are proposing is that majority of the cut in the consumption will be in Europe, but it will be somehow compensated for many other countries in Asia. So this, for many assets, I mean, I would say in Russia, but also in the region, in Kazakhstan, we did, for example, a lot with Kazakhstan as well. It's a very, very important because obviously they will be less dependent to Europe and they're closer to Asia where the demand is particularly growing. So, I mean, I don't know if this answers your question. We have just regarding supply and demand again. So we see that on the coal sector, the supply is behind the demand, I would say, in this current situation. And then we have another investment in vanadium, which is a totally different setup. Vanadium is used mainly for the steel production, but now there is some new technology used for batteries. So they're trying to develop alternative batteries, and vanadium has a lot of positive aspects. It cannot compete with lithium because it's a bit bigger, but it has a longer life expectancy, and it's mainly used for the industrial use. And in that industry, it's quite interesting because the supply comes first before the demand. So there is a lot of projects that are now starting to produce vanadium with the idea that there will be a demand for batteries of vanadium. We are a strong believer in that, but the demand is not there yet. So obviously this is a question mark. And in that case, obviously the supply is now basically coming before the demand. So this is now relating to the subject of what comes first, whether the egg or the chicken. In the coal, it's the chicken, and on the vanadium, it's the egg.
Спасибо большое. А вот все-таки мы с подачи...
Thank you very much, but we remember the 2050. And what do you think the coal industry in the 2050 will still remain?
hopefully, hopefully not. Obviously, a lot of efforts are being made to transition away from coal. What I hear is that while gas is a strong substitute for the energy, on the steel industry, there are still a lot of question marks to be able to replace it in such a short amount of time.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you.
Ну, если вообще...
Thank you very much. If in Italy you will have some issues, you can fully shift your business to Central Asia and to Russia now. I would like to give floor to one more industry that, according to European plans, will be fully destroyed, as of course it is dirty and dangerous. It's a chemistry. And today we will have the acting chairman of the board of the Uskimiosanat, Timur Muhamedjanov. Good day, dear participants of the event. My presentation, of course, is the last of the whole forum, so I would be very brief. The President of the Republic of Uzbekistan identifies certain measures in development of industry, and of course efficient use of the raw material, and to have the compatible product. We can say the formula of the development of industry is clear. First of all, we have to work with the usage of the raw material effectively, also the deep use of it, and of course with the use of the latest technologies, also energy-saving technologies, and what will lead to the reduction of the cost of the product, and of course to increase the compatibility of this product on the market. Since location of Uzbekistan is double-locked country, and especially Uzbekistan should pay additional attention, and of course to work with the cost of the product. And in our industry, in the chemical industry, it's actively developing. We just in a short time will reduce the our energy, heating energy resources for 30%, and of course we try to increase the capacity about 50-60%. Current strategy of the developing of the chemical industry targeting the deep process of gas, and at the factories, plants that we currently have, we conduct this technical audit and constantly try to replace the outdated equipment to the modern ones. I should admit that most part of modernization of our equipment is done with the help of Italian companies, specifically our big help is Giorgio Veronesi. He assists us. We attract Italian companies and use currently and implement the heaters, gas heaters that have higher productivity and capacity, and the main is when we talk about energy production, we have a big project to produce the green ammiac with the help of the alternative sources of energy, which will lead will help us to come to the market with a green product that would meet all the requirements and all the terms of international level. When we talk about in general the chemical industry that is consumed about 3.5 million of cubic meters of gas, if we produce any product for 20 trillions of soon. By 2030, we would like to reach or increase it 3 times of our product. And of course, the consumption of the gas will be increased only 1.5 times. Overall, the development of the chemical industry is moving in this direction, and taking into consideration of all this, we are sure that the Republic of Uzbekistan has all needed component and opportunities for the accelerated development of chemical industry, and also giving a challenge to all economical and energy conditions. Thank you very much, Timur. So, does it mean that you will increase for 1.5? What kind of gas do you consider in Russian gas also as a source? Here we are looking at all resources that we can develop our Republic of Uzbekistan. Thank you. Thank you very much. While our speakers are actually doing their presentation with the time frame, we have 2 more speakers. They are also presenting Anatoly Vasilievich Dolgolaptiev. He presents here the Academy of Science in Russia, and he will share with us the problem of the climate and also the developing of energy sector. My presentation, please, on the screen. Dear colleagues, thank you for this opportunity to have this presentation, and especially thank you in such a hard time when we don't have anybody to talk or discuss this issue. Thank you to our Uzbek friends and also those who are in Italy for conducting such forum. My presentation today, of course, it's dedicated that the scientific unit that is mostly involved with the scientific issues in also in the name has such addition. It's also in the sustainable development, competitiveness and sustainable development. And after the long analytical thinking, when I talk about unclear situation, what would be with the requirements that currently exist for the climate agenda, and that led us that a lot of series of alternative points were viewed, and after analyzing all this, that was with the head with academic Glaser, it's the first time we would like to present a new views for the public judgment, what is the climate agenda today and what should be done. From this point of view, it's very interesting to see existing climatical documents. It's international agreements. Here you have 2 of them. It's a Paris Agreement about the CO, and of course Montreal. And of course, the position in these documents are not reflected, taking consideration current state of affairs. And it's not the opinion, it's actually measurement of physiological processes. For example, we had a hypothesis that freon will destroy the ozone layer, and of course then we illuminated the ozone layer. It's already 30 years past, but it's continued to be destroyed. In addition, for Russia, it cost about 10 trillion rubles, and plus also the replacement of some human. And the second one, when we talk about the Paris Agreement, I will just give you just one example here to the right about 3 times we are not able to increase the heating temperature of the ocean with such acceleration rate of the balance of the world. So what is the reason of such unexpected situations? And we figure out that there are a few positions that I would voice today. They should be also considered during the development of the climatical doctrine and also with all actions to promotion of it. The first position, it's of course the statement that anthropogen CO2, and it's the same call. It's a reason of the global warming through the process of the greenhouse gases. If you look at this diagram, the red, you can say, line, it's of course the impact or input of this anthropogen gas, and the other low, what we already have. And the low, it's of course, it's a water that is about 70% of this greenhouse effect. And of course, here we can see, or anyone can see, those who have some ideas about the balance, that the impact of anthropogen CO2 it's very little. It's less than even the measurement of the temperatures. That's why when we talk about the green energy, so it's based only on this. So maybe we should review some other options, what should be done in the future. The next, we shouldn't just criticize, but we just have to find the answers. Why we have global warming? And it's already appeared that for about 10 years we have a theory in Russia developed that currently already trying to look at the pilot data that the global warming is a result of astronomical process. It's a change of the angle of the rotation of our world. As you can see here, there is that is moving to the vertical, and of course there is also calculation. When there is an angle change, there is also change of the lightening of the world in the north and also in the south. And of course this is the reduction of the energy and increase of the temperature, and of course that can be also even more damage with other climatical change has no. And in the red box you can see down as a result the land is actually more warm, and then of course the north zone will be also going through the warming process, and that's why we can see in Arctica some changes as well. And this is a conclusion that was done, and of course still a lot of discussions will be done, but it's the first time can indicate to us that we should not actually see about the cause, because nature require from us different treatment to all these processes. So the second, of course, result that we managed to see, it's a process that will be connected to existence of the climate formation gases on Earth. And this, it's two elements. It's a Kali and also, as you know, about 20 years ago, there was a theory in Russia about the CO of the world, and it was also proven by experiment. So now we're not talking about some assumptions. We're talking about some scientific facts that were proven. And thanks to collaboration with the Italian side, and such labs as Labersina in Italy, and these results were produced. So as you can see at the bottom, in the land we have a lot of Kali, and this Kali will produce so much radiation heat that about 10 times more than before. Actually, it was considered in any climatical models, and the situation will be different. I will underline one more time. This was identified in 2022. And if you will look at the situation, we have to consider everything in all climatical models. We will see a different explanation of a lot of things. If the previous, the angle of the Earth about 80% maybe indication of the change of climate. So these two components, of course, will show the elements. As a scientist, of course, I don't want to interrupt you, but the time is restricted. But I can see that the people are listening with attention. Yes, definitely they do. But when they will remember about lunch, they will hate you. So please stick to your time limit. I will do my best. It's very interesting. Of course, you've seen here. In the world, according to the young Earth, 4 million years, we have a lot of CO, and of course, including Uzbekistan. Here you can see the black spots. It's about 2,000. As you can see here, the graph, it's the measurements that we've done, and of course of H2, and in some in central Russia we conducted the more intensive work. It's those as you can see, H2 connected with ozone, and I will show you later how it's connected and how it affects the climate. We identify the H2 in many locations, and we can see here different ozone holes, and these ozone holes you can see according to each other relation, and we evaluate what the amount of H2 on the world, and every year about 10 billion tons will be produced, and we need about 4 billion tons. So let's go to conclusion, please. So this is a proof that H2 also damage ozone layer. So as you can see in 2005, you can see the low one is the H2, and the low graph presents ozone. And this is also very interesting to all of you. As I mentioned, the H2 will be produced, and of course, it will destroy the ozone, and then there will be also impact the heating of the air, and very interesting things which is called here what we call the natural fires. Okay, natural fires, first there will be ozone hole, and then there will be natural fire, and as the ozone hole will disappear, the fire will disappear. And in some parts of here Siberia, for example, here we have Kazakhstan, it's not far from here, from Uzbekistan, and very famous from 2010, we had a special wind with a speed of 200 kilometers an hour. The red is a high ozone, blue is low, and it's all connected with H2, and that was identified this storm. And this is the last picture I left for our friends. There's also some fires. As you can see at the left here, it's the average monthly, and that's of course as a result of H2. And of course at that time they had a lot of fires. And of course 25th of July we had in Milan a lot of storms and rains, but in Sicilia there was fires. And if you look at the map, it's the same changes of ozone, and also with H2. So in conclusion, just one phrase. Thank you to Italian physics that we identify that a lot of Kali is also on our land and what we are coming to. Of course, this question is very important, regardless of the fact that we are short of time. The nature identify the global warming, but not human. And if it's this, then we have to review everything again very closely. Second one, we have to use some measures to eliminate the impact of this global warming. We talk about the level of water, and of course the green transaction is needed because CO2 that which is produced by in the cities, of course, we have to fight with that. As for the climatical catastrophes, our time is over, sorry. But it will be very interesting. Everything you say is very interesting and important. But I would like to ask you to stop here. But the next time, of course, you can have a full lecture. And I understand you, but I have to say that digitization, of course, will identify the location of sun and moon. And I had also some shots. It means that when we can calculate the location of sun and moon, we can also say when there will be the production of H2, and of course that will also, of course, help us to forecast other events. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. If I'm not mistaken, Anatoly Vasilievich was one senator from Moscow region. Yes. Why I remember that, and you can see I have a good memory because we have here also the deputy of the State Duma of the Federal Assembly of the Russian Federation, Vyacheslav Fetisov, and he is interesting to us not only as a representative of the higher power, but he's also a chairman of the Nature Protection of Russian Federation that will celebrate also the anniversary. Thank you. It's my pleasure to be here today. It's my first time in Uzbekistan. A very beautiful city, very kind people. Plov is very tasty. Thank you very much. But I would like to take this opportunity and to thank the people that actually coming and making pictures. I was not expecting such reaction in Uzbekistan. But anyway, thank you very much for your hospitality and also for your memory. Our country pays great attention to all topics that was discussed here. Our president recently signed also the climate doctrine up to 2050, that of course taking consideration all parameters for development. The Russian Federation is a country that of course have all generated directions, and that's why the model of a future world can be developed this transition and give this opportunity to build a future for our children and our grandchildren. And of course, the president of Uzbekistan also clearly identified what is happening in this regards about the green industry, the partnership, and also in implementation of the leading technology. We know that the green agenda is one of the triggers of the change, and therefore today a lot of countries and actual states, they have a lot of critical and strategical issues. The solution and the answers will be not leaving anyone in the world. In the conference of UN in Emirates in December, there will be discussing of acceleration transition and also the access to innovations, and the focus will be for financing of the clinical agenda. And of course, they will also take the first progress in the framework of the 2015 the Paris Agreement. I actually involved in 4 programs, and that's why the forum has a special meaning for me. Especially, we should pay attention here that in addition to international mechanism, we also have a lot of alliance and partnership of private sector, financial institutions, and also mining companies that are targeting to reduce the greenhouse gases and also stimulate the transition. Of course, we have now paradigms towards the greening that is already the system trend, and in these realities it's very important to find a balance of this energy transformation, and of course in order to provide the sustainable development and to have also the trade links and nets, and therefore we have to use all instruments and do not underestimate the impact and result of the mining companies. We have also accesses to the finance and resources. Only the stable and legal base without any expression rules will help us to cooperate on the trust level and to use our clinical instrument wisely. I believe the green agenda is one of the threads that can connect all our efforts of all countries. We discussed all these questions with the Minister of Ecology and the Climate Change of Republic of Uzbekistan, Abu Hakimov Aziz. And personal leadership in this turbulence time is very critical for also setting our future. It's very important to understand the development of the economy that will be responsible for the development of all humanity should not depend from political situations as it was obvious, lead to fragmentation of also trade, international trade. It's time to build the trust again and to return trust and to promote the system, respected dialogue, and of course to give our planet to the next generation in a proper way. And Mr. Grody identified correctly that the wisdom of people should be first, and the Europe will wake up and will try to build the cooperation. Okay, thank you everyone. Fruitful work with respect to all of you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Vyacheslav. In the end, I would like to say the mistakes in energy will be very costly to economy and to us. So let us to avoid them. And thank you to our speakers for their presentations with applause. Our section is over, and as you know, what is next, you can hear an announcement.
The world is moving at an ever-accelerating pace, with historic events flashing by. As soon as society adapts to changing circumstances, we are already facing new ones. The global economy, which has only started to recover from the pandemic, is again experiencing a powerful negative impact of external forces. A spike of protectionism, trade wars, increasing regionalization of international trade, and the growing geopolitical tensions are disrupting the well-established mechanisms of international trade, investment, and technological cooperation. Imbalance and operational risks of the international monetary system, the global energy de-dollarization trend, and rapid unification of the global south call for changes. The structure of global gold and foreign currency reserves is also changing. The share of the US dollar has decreased by 12% over the past 25 years due to the appearance of other currencies in international gold and foreign exchange reserves. Settlements in national currencies are actively spreading, mainly in the EAEU, SCO, and BRICS countries. The issues discussed at the recent BRICS summit in South Africa included expanding trade in national currencies and creating a new global reserve currency. In February 2022, members of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization agreed to increase the use of national currencies in trade. The EAEU countries are already trading in their national currencies. India and Malaysia can now use the Indian rupee for trade settlements, in addition to other currencies. China has completed its first purchase of liquefied natural gas from France's Total Energies using cross-border payments in yuan. The formats of international economic cooperation have changed as well. Remote business formats using online information and service platforms, as well as digital trading platforms, have come to the fore. Information technology made it possible to provide a full range of services to find business partners, establish and develop business relations, and use online contracting and contract manufacturing, involving the use of unified stock item industrial directories. New regional and bilateral financial institutions and mechanisms are actively developing, particularly those that have become the main focus in the projects of the BRICS New Development Bank, the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, and the Eurasian Development Bank of the EAEU. China and most of the other Eurasian countries are creating bilateral investment funds. In September last year, Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan agreed to create the International Center for Industrial Cooperation, ICIC, aimed at the joint implementation of projects in the automotive industry, production of phosphate and compound fertilizers. How will trade, investment and technological cooperation develop in this new economic context?
Dear colleagues, I would like to request everyone to take your place. We will continue our next session. I will be just brief to say a few introductory words. Dear colleagues, all of us were very glad to be here in Samarkand. Samarkand is also united in itself, of course, the great history as well as a great future, because it is the capital of the Silk Roads. And all the excursions that, of course, were provided to you by hospitality, you understand the beauty of the city and how it's developed. Thanks to organizers and also to Uzbekistan for this hospitality and for the friendly approaches, for the good weather. And if I would give a first place, using the criteria of life that I currently choose myself, I would make this criteria, it's a plov, and Uzbekistan definitely would win the first place.
But colleagues, but being in Samarkand is not enough to feel how rapidly Central Asian tiger of Uzbekistan is growing. You have to visit Tashkent as well. Tashkent is the city which has suffered and survived a huge catastrophe, a disaster where the earthquake a few decades ago almost destroyed the whole city, and the sister cities and due to brotherhood, the city was restored. It is a beautiful city with green parks, with large avenues. It also is the city of the future too. So when the the disaster happened, we joined our efforts and rebuilt the city. And this is what's happening now. And the first economic crisis of 2008, it happened due to the mistakes and the errors of understanding, of lagging behind in making political decisions. And what happened as a result of a coronavirus pandemic is the slow reaction. It is a delayed reaction. It is the lack of understanding. It is the wrong reaction, wrong response. But in some way, pandemic is a natural calamity. And what is happening now is the crisis is man-made. And just now we had a wonderful statement and a presentation of the representative of the academic science of Russian Federation, who showed that the anthropogenic indicator is the best factor. And so anthropogenic factors are playing a huge role, and we need to remember the example of how we rebuilt the city and how we found the way out of the situation. So we know who to blame. We know what we need to know the answer on what to do question. So that we need the mechanisms, cooperation, investment, infrastructural partnership. And I would like to ask our presenters, our speakers today, this session will be more compact than the previous one, but all the 5 speakers represent the main pillars of interest, and that is the state, it is the government, it is business, diplomacy, university, and science. And I would like to briefly introduce our participants, which represent these pillars of human life. This is the president of Sifat Group, Badruddin Abidov, the deputy Ministry of Investment and Trade of the Republic of Uzbekistan. It is the Deputy Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation, Alexander Grushko, and Institute of Global Trends, Analysis and Vision Global Trends, and Eduard Lozansky, President of the American University in Moscow. And we will begin as it is set in the agenda by Julie Remy.
Thank you that you find time and, of course, energy to come after lunch to come and listen to me. I will speak in English if you let me.
To tell you about a major event which occurred in Johannesburg, it's far from Samarkand, this summer, and which too often was only covered in the inside pages of Western newspapers. A major event with incalculable political, diplomatic, and economic consequences. A truly historic event, the enlargement of BRICS. Little reminder, only 20 years ago, the concept of BRIC without S was defined by Jim O'Neill, an economist of Goldman Sachs. The aim was to identify a group of very large non-Western countries with dynamic economies and converging interests: Brazil, Russia, India, China. In 2002,
it was 16% of the world economy. 10 years later, 27, and 20 years later, a third, at minimum, of the world economy and more than half of the world population. The enlarged BRICS today surpass the G7 in terms of economic production. Even before enlargement, the BRICS brought together the two most populous countries in the world, China and India, the largest in the world and the richest in mineral resources, Russia, and the largest economies in Asia and Africa, China and the Republic of South Africa. Enlargement from January 2024 will concern three major oil-producing countries in the Middle East, Saudi Arabia and United Arab Emirates and Iran, representing a total of 80% of world production.
Только для БРИКСа. С Египтом и Эфиопией, каждый из которых население составляет 1 миллион людей, в африканский полюс был укреплен. Аргентина, Латинская Америка, и это третья большая великая экономика, они сделали шаг к вступлению Мексики. И более 40 стран выразили интерес во вступлении в БРИКС, и 20 кандидатов еще есть, включая Казахстан, в Центральной Азии. И мы можем сказать, что экономический критический рост, масштаб уже был достигнут, и проблема сейчас это сыграть достаточно большую политическую роль на глобальном уровне. И БРИКС, конечно же, является растущим и появляющимся таким представителем вот этого известного глобального юга. Здесь нет уже больше не западного экономического альянса, но есть группа стран, которые как союзники стремятся достичь основных каких-то и соревноваться с основными большими финансовыми институтами, которые доминируются Западом. И увеличение БРИКС, конечно же, безусловно является успехом для России, когда Индия, Бразилия и Южная Африка становятся более закрытыми. И какую роль играет Россия и какой у нее есть интерес в данном?
Place in Yekaterinburg in 2009. With China, Russia sees in the BRICS the emergence of a multipolar and anti-hegemonic world. Russia's weight within the BRICS is infinitely greater than in the most other international institution organization. Russia has a particular situation. It is not an emerging economy and benefits from its status as a former superpower, even if China represents 2/3 of the GDP of the BRICS. Russia, even more than China, therefore, has an interest in further expanding the integration of new members among the 20 candidate countries. None of these countries have adopted sanctions against Russia following the war in Ukraine. The extraordinary resilience of the Russian economy in the face of more 12,000 Western sanctions is certainly due to the own resources of an economy that is more autonomous and diversified than previously thought. But it is also thanks to the extremely rapid redeployment of industrial and commercial circuit with the BRICS countries. We can estimate the increase in Russia trade at more than 40% since 2022, approaching $250 billion, not including trade with new entrants in BRICS, such as Saudi Arabia or the Emirates. Another major interest for Russia, putting an end to the supremacy of the dollar. We know that China is less determined. Its priority is to make its currency an alternative, convertible currency. In this matter, the Johannesburg summit was in any case a success for Russia from this point of view. The participants announced the creation of a single common currency to counter the influence of the dollar in international trade. They raised the possibility of this currency being backed by gold. From there, to imagine an immediate threat to the dollar, there is a big step to take. First, a common currency requires extensive economic and political integration, which is far from being the case today. This would also involve the creation of the common central bank. On the other hand, a currency backed by gold seems more realistic in the medium term and simpler to achieve. Russia will then be in a very good position given its stock of gold. In this case, a currency recognized and accepted by other countries will redraw the global economic map and international trade. But I think that for the moment, in the near future, we will instead see the development of bilateral trade based on local currencies, like the mechanism put in place between Russia, India, or China for oil and gas sales. Overall, it is clear that a process of de-dollarization is inevitable and has accelerated since the war in Ukraine. The dollar will not disappear, but rather the world is splitting into groups. The establishment of two international payment systems will nevertheless generate some difficulties: market fragmentation, deterioration of economic information, etc. By the way, I am rather surprised by the lack of awareness and unpreparedness of our major European exporting group in the face of these inevitable processes. Still, on the financial level, it should be noted that the arrival of Saudi Arabia and the Emirates should make it possible to strengthen the capability of the Bank of BRICS, the NDB, the New Development Bank. Created in 2014, it aims to represent an alternative to the World Bank and IMF. Its record still now is rather mixed, and it has recently had some trouble financing itself in dollars. But the considerable reserve of Saudi Arabia and the Emirates could change the situation. Russia can find a double interest in this, easing the IMF political pressure on its economic partner in difficulty and financing investment projects abroad, such maybe as nuclear power. For what concerns us, okay, I would like to speak about Central Asia. We are in Samarkand. I will. What's consequent for Central Asia? First, also, it should be noted that the two most powerful countries in the BRICS, China and Russia, see their interest in the integration of Central Asia, and in particular Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, which represent 80% of regional GDP. For the moment, only Kazakhstan appears on the list on 23 candidate countries, and China has made its integration a priority with that Nigeria. 2 minutes. I will conclude. But even without formal integration, Central Asia has much to gain from the rise of BRICS. It can assert itself more easily on the international scene within the framework of an international alliance where its specificity is recognized. Too often, the country of Central Asia are seen by Western countries as a zone of influence disputed between China and Russia, a zone providing raw material with a poorly perceived identity. The region can also benefit from a diversification of its commercial partner and sources of financing for its investment. It can also strengthen its geographical position in international trade, no longer only in the context of the new Silk Road, Chinese Silk Road, but also in the context of North-South corridors, if these do not primarily benefit Iran. In conclusion, the emergence of BRICS will not be a linear and smooth process, but as they say in Russia, как говорят по-русски, процесс идет, the process is moving forward, and I think that there is new perspective for Central Asia and Samarkand especially. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We just recently we heard what the president of France said, who was competing with our forum, and it is very pleasant. We're very pleased to see that there are people in France who think differently and who are standing up for their point of view. And now, with great pleasure, I would like to pass the floor to Badreddin Abidov. Thank you. Dear participants of this session, ladies and gentlemen, the morning session I spoke about the role of Uzbekistan in the modern financial relations, and now I would like to briefly speak about the new mechanisms of the trade and investment cooperation and the conditions and the technological cooperation in the international context and in regional context. In September of this year, the president of Uzbekistan has adopted the strategy to 2030, and this document provides all the citizens the access to education, the formation of a strong economy, superiority of law, and security. And Uzbekistan is now opening to the world as a modern country where the basis of which is the openness and the readiness for international cooperation. We are very sure that today's forum will play a big role in strengthening bilateral and multilateral relations and opening new ways for businesses. In generally speaking, when the whole world is facing very significant rings and of the economical crisis, we have strategical tasks ahead of us, and there will be the solutions of which will be aimed to the whole region. In Uzbekistan, there are a series of reforms that are being undertaken, which provide big opportunities for businesses. We have established a very comfortable fiscal conditions, and there is a strict restriction in introducing strict measures in tax or customs legislations. more than 7,000 of items of technology and equipment have been introduced. The work on the accession of Uzbekistan in WTO has been is ongoing, and the accession as a full-fledged member in WTO, the system of the executive power is being reformed as well. More than 500 functions have been abolished, and more than 500 functions have been transferred to the private sector. The work with the investors is ongoing actively. We, as a ministry, support investors using the newly introduced concept of single window, and to enable dialogues with between the investors and the government. And there is a Council for Foreign Investors under the President's administration, and the procedures for purchasing property and acquiring property in the Uzbekistan has been significantly simplified. Also, the legal protection of investors from now on, they don't have to prove. And on the contrary, the legal and the state bodies will have to justify their actions, and everything will be done with the interest of investors at heart. And in 1 year, more than 100,000 enterprises were established, and the $10 billion of investment has been attracted, and that is a huge difference compared to 2017. And private investments have also been attracted in, for example, the aviation, and it used to be 100% state-owned, and such sectors such as IT, healthcare, tourism in Uzbekistan is becoming very big hub to attract investors and various partnerships. And these partnerships have covered more than 14 billion worth of projects, and they include transport, textile, and others. And so machinery and textile industry, agriculture have enough human resources to develop, and for that we need to establish stronger relations with large brands and learning new technologies. So we have established new investment funds and implement big regional industrial projects in industrial projects and industrial cooperations, and transboundary trade. And in this regard, I would like to mention one very important project which is going successfully with Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Turkmenistan, and Tajikistan. We need to continue improving our relations and strengthening them on the principle of complementing our economies. And I'm very positive that the meetings and negotiations within the framework of this forum will enable us to find new ways. So you will find everything that you need for your businesses in our country. It is peace, security, stability, and sustainability. I am sure that New Uzbekistan will become the best country, for your businesses, and for your future activities. Thank you very much. Badreddin, the first word that you said was brief, because brief in the language of conference is usually about half an hour. But thank you very much for setting a great example. And moreover, it is very clearly you have answered the questions that we are asking. through the prism of Uzbekistan, through the concept of what your country is doing and what it's doing well. Dear colleagues, our session, afternoon session, is, of course, a good platform for jokes. What is a joke? In Russian, is an anecdote, a very brief anecdote. You have to laugh at the end of it. And before I pass the floor to the next speaker, I will tell you an anecdote. People of many professions gathered at the forum just like ours, and they started arguing which profession is the most ancient one. Of course, the first one were journalists who said we started selling our the product of our pencils from very, very ancient times. And the constructors said, but please. But there was chaos before that. We built everything, planets, stars, systems. And then the diplomats started laughing and said, but who established the chaos? So I will pass the floor to the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation, Alexander Grushko. Dear moderator, dear participants of the forum, I will not be joking around. However, there are representatives of other professions that are quite ancient that can also argue the point. But they could actually be quite strong. But as a representative of the diplomatic community, I wouldn't want to give the priority, because diplomacy is about about the order and putting everything in order and to systematize. And the task of all the diplomats around the world is for the process of multipolarity, which has not yet been finalized, for it to be developed in a way that it will not lead to conflicts, direct resistances, armed conflicts, and contrary for the sake of the human development. And nobody is in doubt the tectonic development that will lead to the multipolar system is ongoing. We can witness the change of everything in Pacific, in Middle East, in Africa, in Asia. So countries are trying to maintain their sovereignty and being led by deep national interest. And there is a new architecture of regional integration structures. Eurasian Economic Union, and the key principles of which is the equality and mutual respect. And the subject of our session is the modern methods and concepts of mechanisms for trade, investment, and technological cooperation. And Russia will be chairing this union, and which has been formulated by the President Vladimir Putin in January of this year when he was addressing leaders of VAS countries. And the work is actively ongoing. We can also say with great satisfaction that in Tashkent, in Uzbek land, the integration is also is a subject of interest, and which made Uzbekistan the observer, and we warmly greet and look forward to the stronger cooperation. Of course, multipolarity is not a pleasing news or is not pleasing reality for all the countries. And therefore, West is trying to challenge this new concept by applying various sanctions, confiscation of property, eliminating critical structures of competitors, and manipulations. And that leads to the fragmentation of international trade, destruction of market mechanisms. In order for me not to be for this not to be just words, I would like to see how the ties between Russia and European Union have evolved and how much the geopolitical factors played in this evolution. In 2017, the trade amounted to $400 billion, and I would not. If we were going on the same pace, it would also be reaching maybe 700 million or $1 billion, and that would be comparable to between China and the U.S. It's 760 billion. And after the sanctions, the European Union started their sanctions. And in 2022, the volume of this trade, despite sanctional restrictions, has reached 258.7 billion euro. And at the end of 2023, 49. So we're expecting that it will be going decreasing. So if we're to look at the partnership of Russia with other countries, it is obvious that, first of all, we found the partners which are very have positively replaced our ties in Western Europe, and our economy is confidently moving forward. And today, those countries which were the key chains in transport corridors are now changing the regions to near Russia to NATO territories, fighting to place American bases, military bases, and moving from transport roads to transport dead ends. And if we are to calculate losses that the Europe is bearing from these sanctions, the specialists say from hundreds of billions to a few trillions. So if we are to calculate direct and indirect losses, the loss for the economy would be quite high, but can only come up with one example. Based on the German example, German industry is receiving gas at the price of 3 times higher than the internal market of the U.S. And as a result, we see the industrialization of Europe and the industries are moving to the United States. And going back to alternatives, in these conditions, we see the systemic rethinking of new mechanisms of cooperation. And now we see we're facing the creation of a balanced infrastructure, which includes the payment methods, transport corridors, accompanying mechanisms, and also inacceptability of the political pressure um, and exterritorial sanctional limitations from third countries. And of course, there is a necessity to restructure the international financial systems, and based on the principle of depolitization and the equality of all the members and ensuring transparency, and also international institutes for global regulations also need restructurizations which allow the West, led by Washington, to dishonestly use the given advantages. And this is the national, it is real, now using the national currencies, etc. And Russia is paying a very close attention to digitalization of transformation and in economy, and we are looking at digitalization as the key factor for global competition and the national capacity of our country. And digital transformation will lead to creation of new jobs, unified poverty reduction, and elimination of inequality. And this is integrated to a group of 20 BRICS SCO, and we support collective effort aimed at the opening of the potential of digital economy and helping people to live in a global transformation world. And digital slavery, elimination and of some professions, and politically motivated barriers, and the lack of access to services has to go. And this is not only the decision, not only on the agenda for us, but it is also in compliance with the obligations that were taken on as within the framework of sustainable development goals, and the national and the scientific capacity she's not being used for that, but rather for single interests. And here I would like to say that by 2025, we're expecting to form a single ecosystem within which the citizen will have any services of interacting with businesses and the government. And a few words I would like to say about our attention to multilateral relations with the CIS countries. Here in Samarkand in April 2023, a big conference was held on the cooperation for trade and economic development, the maintenance of the favorable investment climate, and we have good belief that there is an interlinkage between the CIS countries and of course, as the practice shows, we are ready and we will stand ready to use internal sources of SCIS, and they are sufficient and enough to be resilient to the dynamically changing circumstances. And I'm very sure that the Verona Eurasian Economic Forum, which is a recognized and a prominent forum, it will help us implement our diplomatic mission and building a systemic and dynamic system in the chaos that exists. Dear colleagues, I would like to draw your attention not to the concluding phrase, but also the confidence and the serenity and the reasoning with which the Russian representatives, Russian diplomacy, for example, represented by Alexander Grushko, and for businesses, the calm manner are the most important factors for businesses. This is where the money should go. And I would like to turn to our next speakers. For us, it is very important that the countries should not be competing with each other, looking behind at other countries. The business should not be thinking about overcoming barriers or hardships. It is very important for us that every person could plan their own life. Perhaps our next speaker could tell us which mechanisms to use. And with this, I would like to pass the floor to Tiberio Graziani.
Dear Chairman, distinguished guests, good afternoon, everyone. It is an honor to be here with you today and share with you some ideas. We live in a world that is going through an accelerated transformation. This transformation is clearly reflected in the field of international relationships. As we are changing our classic models of communication due to new technologies and the new digital technologies, well, in the same way, we need to expand our mindset with no prejudices and with intellectual honesty in terms of relations not only between human beings but also between states. The Soviet collapse left as an heritage an international system that is very critical and troubled. After a first stage called and the globalization of markets, we have seen the economic and political growth of new world leaders like China and India and new national states, as well as the resilience of the Russian Federation after the difficult 90s of Yeltsin and the loss of the hegemonic role of the United States. The presence of new actors implies a new distribution of powers at the global level. Not accepting the idea of this redistribution, namely the fact that countries that were once marginalized in global decisions can now decide together with the same dignity the fate of the world, is a logic and political nonsense trying and hinder this trend that we might call multipolarism, namely the trend to greater democratization of the decisional process at the global level, shows arrogance, and it is one of the sources of the current crisis of the world. Hindering this trend in the name of just one interpretation of democracy and of politics and of international economy, only focused on one single interpretation of human rights, regardless of the political histories of global and regional actors, shows a closeness of mind that is not suited to current and future challenges. In other words, hindering this trend rejects a dialogue between civilizations, and it is a worrying premise to the clash of civilization and world troubles. In the last 30 years, we've seen an increase of the so-called crisis arcs in several geopolitical areas. I can mention the most recent ones, the Russian-Ukrainian war and the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. It is not by chance that I have used the sentence crisis arc. Bezinski coined this sentence at the end of the 70s. We all remember the fundamental text of Professor Bezinski, the chessboard. This text describes very clearly the attempt by the United States of implementing an hegemonic strategy to the detriment of the Euro-Asian continent, as declared by the author himself in the introduction to his book. Brzezinski writes, "It is indispensable that no power emerges that can establish its domination over Eurasia." And the purpose of this book is precisely formulating a consistent Euro-Asian geopolitical strategy. Conservative forces that try and preserve their hegemony and the growing weight of new global actors also determines the current international politics. The U.S. politologist identify some regional areas that could become, on the near future, some crisis areas. For instance, the Caucasian area, Georgia, 2008, but also Central Eastern Europe, Ukraine, 2022, Afghanistan, 1979, and in particular, the Central Asian region. The Central Asian region, according to Bezinski, was susceptible to becoming the Balkans of Eurasia, a big geopolitical black hole, if, by hypothesis, today, at the current historical moment, the countries of Central Asia, and in particular the two main ones, Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan, if they took sides with one of Russia or Ukraine, and if they moved away from the multi-victorial policy, then this could turn the region into chaos. Now, if we follow a different paradigm that is not based on the hegemony of the US to hinder the development of any Central Asian country, but if instead we support the democratization of world decisions, acknowledging the strength and legitimacy of the new world actors, well, then the areas that can become areas of crisis could become islands of peace and cooperation. They could become the pillars of the new world order. In the United States, however, some wonder about the role of their countries in a very smart and proactive way. I can only quote Professor of Economics John Sachs, by the way, member of the Academy of Sciences, and John Bersheimer from Harvard. Now let's go back to Central Asia. This region, instead of becoming the Balkans of Europe, becoming a third party in the current crisis between the West and Russia, it could lay the foundations to formulate its own specific geopolitical and geoeconomic identity, and it could become a connection between Russia, China, and Europe. The uniqueness of Central Asia lies in its heterogeneous composition, in the cultural substrate. The geographic and ethnic cultural complexity is a result of a long historical process. Russia and China are key actors. Now, in the context of a new multipolar context, these elements can show the fundamental role of Central Asia in the new world order as a space for prosperity, as a continental hub, as a segment in the connection between the Mediterranean and Central Asia. The current Central Asian countries are young democracies, but they can find a place in the new multipolar world. This is a huge historical responsibility. The historical role awaiting us is very large. It has to do, most importantly, with the increase of the social and economic level of the entire area. Also, they need to make the area as balanced as possible. This is a responsibility that is currently in the hands of the two most structured countries in the country, Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan, and also their European partners. The consolidation of relationships between the Central Asian region requires for the launch of a large infrastructural program in cooperation with Russia, China, and Europe. It also requires for the launch of a multivectorial joint foreign policy that takes into account the relationships with China, Russia, and Turkey. Also, it requires cooperation with regional actors for more regional security. In the short term, within the framework of the building of their identity aimed at turning the Central Asian area as an island of peaceful and cooperation, then the local leadership sees the opportunity to participate in the peace process, supporting the many existing initiatives, the ones promoted by Turkey, the Vatican, China, South Africa, Brazil, and Indonesia. I believe that this today is the foundation for enlarging the industrial, economic, and financial cooperation processes. Thank you very much.
Спасибо, Тиберио. Вы напомнили нам о глобальных рисках.
Thank you. So the risks which every country is facing has shown the picture or the image of all these risks that within the Central Asian context. But what I really liked, what you said the Central Asia is like a hub for the whole world. And passing the floor to the next speaker, Eduard Lozansky, promised us a surprise, so we're very much looking forward to it. Thank you.
Если можно, презентацию, пожалуйста.
Could we please start the presentation? Thank you.
Прошу прощения.
Apologies. We're talking about global partnership, and when we speak about global partnership, and when I received this invitation, I found a few interesting documents. I will be very brief because I would, as our moderator said, not to who is to blame, but what to do. So the prehistory is quite brief. This document with a very impressive title, the partnership between the USA and Russia, New Times, New Beginnings. It's a unique document. In the left column, you can see the streams, not only as a wish list, but the very important work has been conducted and undertaken, which started during the Gorbachev times, when in 1988, Gorbachev invited a big group of American experts, including congressmen and famous professors and journalists. And the selection of members was quite strict in order to fit the communist government. And so this big delegation arrived in Moscow. And since Gorbachev was guiding the whole process, and Yakovlev was there as well, it was the best of the Soviet diplomacy were present there. And then Gorbachev and the rest were able to convince everyone that the Soviet Union is starting a new era that will not be disseminating communist ideas, and we want a good relationship with the US, with Europe, and the United States. There were two senators present, very famous ones and ambassadors and those who form public opinion in the United States. So this was quite surprising. Nevertheless, everyone believed Gorbachev, went back to Washington, and it was in 1988, and that's when the change in the White House happened. The Bush administration took over, and the work started, how we will build new relations with the Soviet Union. The exchanges of delegations started, and then we know that the work has started during Gorbachev. But then Bush lost the elections in '92, and Clinton took over, and he didn't need all of that. He had a different agenda, and we know what it led to. A huge number of experts used to come to visit Moscow and advise from team economy to the market economy, and that's how default happened and the economy fell. And the diplomatic language, I don't know how to phrase it, but the most horrible mistake that Clinton made was the expansion of NATO. And even the huge experts, Minister of Defense, many people in the Senate, George Cannon, they all said it was a fatal mistake. And there were letters of 50 members and trying to stop him, but nevertheless Clinton went ahead with that. So all this work was just a paper. There was not just wishes, but real projects that were the basis for all these delegations and these exchanges. And because a part of these delegations were congressmen, as I mentioned, so everything was included, starting from agriculture, education, space, culture, science and technology, military, even the joint space defense. And on the right, there was staff who was collecting these projects, printed, and as a result, this document was published. And I call it the second stage. So the first stage was with Gorbachev, and the second stage when it was submitted to Bush and Putin, and it was done simultaneously at the same time in Washington. And the thing is, we know that 11th of September, what happened as a result of that, Putin called Bush and offered help and said, well, what needs to be done in the upcoming operation in Afghanistan. Bush accepted the assistance, and then, according to all the expert assessments, this assistance was bigger than all the other NATO members. It was quite a quick operation, and almost no losses were born on the Bush's on the U.S. side. And then Bush invited Putin to White House, then took him to Texas, not only for home lunch, but also brought him to school. And he said, dear school kids, dear students, I would like to introduce you to the new leader of Russia. And there were so many compliments used, and he said, this person we waited for, and with this person we will be resolving global humanity challenges. So And then they returned, and Putin was also given this document. There are 60 pages in that document. So I would like you to take a look at this. This is the letter dated it's a letter addressed to President Bush. 173 members of Congress signed that letter, dated November 7, 2001. I will not read through this letter, but the same thing is repeated, that the same thing that was reiterated, that was said by Bush, was reiterated in this letter. And so those who don't know the signatures, the first signature is Joe Biden's signature. And Joe Biden was a part of the Senate at that time, and he was one of the members of the Committees on International Affairs. And so it's not an alphabetical order. Out of 173 members of senators, he was the most influential one. And the second line, it's Kurt Weldon. It's a Republican from Pennsylvania. He was like a driver who collected these projects. He had big team, printed, collected signatures. So this letter dated November 7, 2001. And now let's look at it further. This previous project also wasn't very successful, because right after Bush's wonderful words towards Russian, which no one before none of the Americans have ever said before, we know that there was invasion into Iraq, the promotion of democracy, and the biggest mistake, the fatal key mistake that was made again, was the wish of Bush to include Ukraine and Georgia in NATO. And it was one of the summits, Budapest or other. So Georgia was to be included in NATO. It was a big mistake. And the results of these mistakes we are seeing now and witnessing now in the situation. And then the project, then the Obama comes and takes over, and he takes this project, and this slide that you can see now belongs to his administration. And perhaps he added something, and it was an official website of Obama's administration. And we took a deep sigh and thought that perhaps the process will start now. But then again, some time had passed, and then the meeting started to happen, and then the war in Libya started. And another fatal mistake, that he passed the Ukrainian portfolio to Joe Biden. And we know that Joe Biden knows very well how to use that portfolio. And when the hearings in Congress and one of the reasons for such impeachment is that what Biden was doing in Ukraine. So there were 3 attempts. Each attempt failed. So let's move. And this is the 4th attempt. BRICS, because it's not really working out to build a relationship with the United States, perhaps something can work out with BRICS. And we know starting 1st of January, there will be 5 + 6, 11. And we are suggesting that maybe Biden could start thinking about joining BRICS, but it's a joke, of course. But there are no more ideas for Biden right now. There was another thing before Biden. There is another thing about suggesting Biden to join One Way, One Belt. And then I will be moving to another positive thing. And this has been taken from the U.S. Embassy in Moscow website, U.S. Embassy in Russia. And it says that the spirit of the help, and it's a very famous meeting of American Soviet soldiers, and this is the spirit of the help of how soldiers and how people of two countries can cooperate and put aside differences, build trust, and that in the 21st century we can work together. And these are the two signatures of Trump and Putin. So there were different attempts that all of them failed. So what should we do now? We should be doing what we're doing already all together. So these ideas, not to stay the words, but turn into projects. And it just so happened that recently, a week ago, there was a Congress, Eurasian Congress. It was sponsored by, not by the bank, not by Intesa or organizations, but Moscow University. The thing is that Moscow University has provided American University, which was one of the projects of those times, starting Gorbachev. And this where we were based. We had an office there. We still do. And there was a congress that was held. And there were American experts that participated that proposed concrete things, specific things. It was just a week ago, last week, and very specific suggestions started coming up. So we have a big network. We have about 300 American professors from biggest universities that are ready to participate. So the correspondence was initiated. There were members from BRICS and representatives of India, South Africa, and France. And we had a French speaker here, and there we had Pierre de Gaulle, who spoke and said all the right things and promised to participate in that movement. And if I heard from the speakers, there were very specific projects. We have a very big database of American experts who are ready to participate. All you need to do is to provide us with the project, and we will find you the colleagues in America, in Europe, who will, with great pleasure, participate. And there are many of them. However, the general attitude in Washington towards Russia is at its lowest point. But nevertheless, there is another America. Not only the American professors, but there are also military, intelligence service, journalists, and Tucker Carlson, Elon Musk. And just a few days ago, Douglas McGregor has started a new movement called Our Country, Our Path, something very similar to what's been said here. And there are very huge powers in America which are ready to cooperate. Only the ideas and the projects are needed, and that would be able to happen, made possible with the help of organizers. Thank you. Dear colleagues, we have such interesting speakers that we don't even want to conclude our session, but unfortunately we need to finalize. What is the international cooperation? What is internet? What is the information? What is technology? It is in contrary to simple goods that disappear when we consume them. When we drink the drink, it will go, it will disappear. We'll eat the butter, it will disappear. But the science, technology, and information, they create new ties, new partnership, new cooperations, which everybody will be gaining from. And when political powers are beating not the countries, they're beating the future. They're combating the cooperation, not the countries. They're beating the global economy. We should not be forgetting that. And the main thing at this session today, that the global majority should be impacting and influencing global processes and taking the powers into their own hands. And the last speaker on global majority, we should be understanding it's not the countries, but those who fight for cooperation, or who have a positive agenda, who are striving for equality and justice. And it is very important. There is a different France, different Italy, different the US. And thank you very much.
Ok, buon pomeriggio.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I understand that transport may not be as interesting, but please do transport yourselves from room number 3 to the main hall. I'm joking, of course, to using a second meaning for the word transport in Italian. I'm very happy to be the moderator for this panel. My name is Alessandro Banfi. I'm a TV journalist, and I'm so glad to be here because, as the previous panel so well underlined, this is a moment of conflicts and borders, where everything seems impermeable, while traveling and transporting and connecting different countries is something more than a mere trade goal. It's something that has to do with our future, our destiny. So I am honored to be the moderator of this panel on the new configuration of logistics and transport routes in a changing world. Of course, a few years ago, Uzbekistan launched a process whereby it is opening up to the world. This process has been called its third renaissance. Of course, it is a privileged interlocutor, not only because we are hosted by Uzbekistan, but also because the country can offer its central position in Eurasia. And its position is a key point in the whole evolution we're talking about. If we look around, not just here, here we appreciated this wonderful city of Samarkand, but here we can feel especially that the country is open to foreign trade, and this will translate for sure in the new projects for infrastructures and transport. And logistics, of course, is the main consequence of all this. So in order to be brief, we are already running a bit late. So let me leave the floor to Yezurbek Choryev, Deputy Minister of Transport of the Republic of Uzbekistan, so that he can tell us about this new frontier of the evolution of his country.
Добрый день, уважаемые гости.
Good day, dear participants. Dear Alexandro, thank you for giving me words. It's, of course, a very actual topic for today. It's a restructurization of the transport corridors and logistics within the changing realities. On behalf, first of all, on the Minister of Transport of Uzbekistan, and from me to welcome all participants of today's forum and session. The topic is a very strategical one and very important in order to outline the measures and the next steps for the mutual cooperation. One of the main tendencies in the development of the transport logistics is, of course, the increase of the intermodal and also multimodal transportation models that are changing in the reality. As you know, 96% of all from South Asia and also from China using the ships in order for transportation as a cargo, and in order when we talk to promote, and also Euro unit, this also indicates a stable growth that of course shows a need also to attract the automobile transport and also railways. Therefore, the search for multimodal routes that will be possible to use to carry cargo is one of our main tasks. In such regard, Uzbekistan for the recent years has taken steps in order to form a new and also developing the existing multi-modal corridors in the region. We create new corridors as, for example, CIS countries with Pakistan and also Kazakhstan with access to Indian Ocean. Transition through Afghanistan by the end of 2022, the indicator increased for 2 times and 700,000 tons, and we anticipate by the end of 2023 it will be more than 1 million tons. In order for us to develop the trade relationship and increase of the volume of the transport cargo, we suggest to form the multimodal corridor with countries of Belarus, Russia, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Afghanistan, and Pakistan, also to the port of Hindustan. And of course, we are sure that such multi-modal corridor will, of course, increase the cooperation within the countries and, of course, give us more opportunities and open new markets with the consumers of more than a billion population. Of course, in Central Asia, we also developing very fast, and it's required also the accelerating temp of the developing of the road. When we talk about export and import, using the medial corridor increased twice and amounted to the 900 tons, and we continue to develop the middle corridor with the use of Port Alet, Aktau. And of course, I would like to mention also the cargo from Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, with the volume by the 2022 increased 7 times, and the share in the total volume of the cargo of Uzbekistan with the countries of the Pacific countries increased up to 13% by the end of the 9 months of 2023. At the same time, we suggest to move to the actual activities and activate our cooperation in the development of cargo using the south route, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, Kazakhstan, China, and also countries of CIS. In order to continue development of these multimodal routes and also organize first pilots this year, we are planning to sign the multilateral agreement and also with the head of railway administrations, we will create the favorable conditions and environment for also providing the tariff preferences for the cargo based on the mutual interest. Taking into consideration of the trends of multimodal development routes and also provision of the compatibility on the international market, we believe we need to integrate of the current transport net to the single net and also create a hub on the Euro-Asian continent. Of course, it will be increase of container transportation and harmonization of technical standards and also requirements and digitalization, and also the procedures of custom clearance and crossing border crossing, such as permit and also transit. We, of course, highly value the support of our partners in development of the transport of Uzbekistan, and thanks for that. As a result of conducting events, we are at the beginning of prospective forming of transport corridors that will cover the whole Asia, and of course it will be some kind of similarity of a Silk Road. Thank you once again for this participation, and also I would like to say that we are ready to discuss any kind of issues that require our attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Of course, corridors are fascinating, and I'm struck by this word corridors that also have to do with the humanitarian corridors, and the two types of corridors are not so far, not so distant from each other. Let me now introduce Hikmatullah Rakhmetov, who's acting first deputy chairman of the board of Uzbekistan Temir Yollari. And here's the connection among the many beautiful things that we have seen in Samarkand, and reading the several proposals we've received. There's a hypothesis on the origin of the name of the city. So the hypothesis says that it comes from Sanskrit Samaria, which means a meeting place. And linguists say that this seems plausible because right from ancient times, Samarkand has always been at the crossroad of trade routes. So if we were to translate that today, the word today, it as if we were to call the city hub. It means that Samarkand means a hub, and I really like this as an introduction for you. The floor to you.
I'm the first deputy chairman of Uzbekistan Railways, Uzbekistan Temir Yollari. It is the holding, and before I start my speech, I would like to note that I think that Samarkand is the only thing that is older than our company. And our company is almost 130 years old, and it's the oldest organization in Uzbekistan. Also, it is the largest organization with the biggest headcount. We have 80,000 people working in our organization, and thus providing the first place in the number of staff. I think that the reforms that are being undergoing, they have a special status for us as well. And on behalf of Uzbekistan Temir Yollari and myself, I would like to greet you in the Pearl of the East, Samarkand, within the framework of the 16th VERONA Eurasian Economic Forum. Samarkand is always a heart. It's a heartland of Eurasia, where that for more than 16 centuries, the caravans met and exchanged the thought in culture, science, economy, and has a strategic place in the socioeconomic development of any country, especially in Eurasian region. Railroads of Uzbekistan are developing in developing their logistics, which are facing new realities of the world. New projects are being implemented, and the demand for railways is growing by population, and the international logistics is Kazakhstan, Azerbaijan, Islamic Republic of Iran, Latvia are the partners of our organization. And according to the decree of the president of this year on the improvement of the railroads, the transformation and reforms are being undertaken, and they're client-oriented. The modernization of infrastructure and the integration of digital technologies are envisaged as part of these reforms. And there is a great necessity to develop our railroads in cooperation with our reliable partners, and the ongoing and sustainable chain of supply is also being modernized, and which integrates Uzbekistan in the international transport system and developing transport corridors in all the directions of Eurasian region. For Uzbekistan, it is very important to further develop cooperation with all the seaports and land entries and transport corridors and logistical companies, and the implementation of the transit traffic in the direction of China, Central Asia and Europe is the key direction for our activity. The feasibility study has already been completed for Uzbekistan and Kyrgyzstan, and with the purpose of attracting funding for the railways of Uzbekistan, Afghanistan, Pakistan, together with Ernst & Young from the Big Four. There is a decent material has been prepared, and the office has been opened in May of this year, and the branches are in Kabul and Islamabad. In the closest future, we're planning for a roadshow during which we will be presenting this corridor. And prior to the implementation of this project, we're planning for a multimodal transportation. More than 5,000.
Объем более 1 миллиона тонн. Как видите, почти в 2 раза увеличение.
Regular container the translogistics in Tashkent, there were a memorandum of understanding signed in Tashkent, Belarus, Afghanistan, Pakistan, to reach on the routes of China, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, Iran, Turkey, and Europe. This corridor will allow us to travel from Tashkent to Paris, by the way, with Italian company Arsenali, who are already negotiating this. We will be joining this big transport commuting network, and that will be commuting between Chabahar, Estonia, Riga, Klaipėda, Turkmenbashi, and Bandar Abbas, and the ports and transport logistic companies with whom we are planning to sign the memorandums on cooperation and opening potential ports, and then opening of them in Mumbai, Xinjiang, and others. And also the digitalization projects have been completed. And on the 30th of October, a few days ago, there was a launch of the new IT center. Dear friends, we highly appreciate the support of our international partners in the development of railway transport in Uzbekistan, and Eurasian transport corridors are always important and very significant. And thank you, and we will look forward to continuing our ongoing strategic partnership. And I believe that we will be able to reach the successful results during this forum. Thank you. And thank you. A few words I would like to add. I would just like to say Uzbekistan Temir Yolları is responsible for the shipment of goods inside the country and also transiting shipments. And in 2024, the cargo shipments have been increased by 65% and to Kazakhstan, and which means that the Great Silk route is being revived and will always live in both directions.
Thank you. Thank you. Maps are also beautiful. They show us reality, and I indeed wish that the Istanbul-Beijing trip will be done on an Italian train, because that will be the ultimate realization of our partnership as wished by the Uzbek minister when he came to Italy, and Italian ministers when they came to Uzbekistan. So in order to introduce the next guest, I'd like to point out the fact that maybe we are distracted and think of the Silk Road as a route that goes straight northward, reaching Beijing, so cutting away a number of other countries. But it is interesting to see that through the maps showing corridors and all the businesses that Uzbekistan is becoming a hub for. So in these maps, we see Eurasia, but not only that, and I'm saying this with a lot of respect. So we are seeing a sort of Eurasia. That's what we feel here. And let me now introduce Mehdi Sanai, director of the Center for the Study of Iran and Eurasia, ambassador of Iran to the Russian Federation between 2013 and 2019. Well, Iran, as you have seen, is a key point in the vision of Uzbek's corridors, but very often it is cut from other readings of the Silk Road, other interpretations of the link between East and West.
First, I want to thank for inviting me and appreciate continuing attempt of Professor Faliko for saving this Congress. It's a fruitful and useful Congress in any way and any situation, all the years, I can see. It's very important that the countries are located, the Congress are changed, but the Congress is, and we are participating on it. And this is very symbolic also that we are located in Samarkand, and we talk about corridors and about logistics also. Really, I think Samarkand is one of the main symbols of the world about corridor and Silk Road, historical Silk Road. It was one of the central and main points during centuries that not just products but cultures also was carried. Although the history of transportation dates back to ancient times, the most important documents in the field of transportation refer to Silk Road. This trade route was of great commercial significance for almost 1,800 years. In the past, transportation and transit of goods and passengers relied mainly on hand roads. However, today, maritime transportation is prioritized for economic expansion. International corridors connect countries and facilitate global trade. Notable examples include the North-South Corridor, East-West Corridor, and the New Silk Road initiative linking China and the Trans-Caspian Corridor of the European Union. Connecting Asia, the Caucasus, and Europe, these corridors play a vital role in the development of economic and trade relations between countries. I very shortly refer to corridors and views and point of Iran to them and about the politics of Iran to these corridors. Iran's geographical position, due its connection and proximity to the open sea, as well as its location between two maritime and land powers, and in other words, in the rimland position of geopolitical theories in global strategy, has created a transit position for Iran. This geoeconomic position of Iran, located between the Caspian Sea and the Persian Gulf, provides the possibility of continuing energy pipelines from these regions to the Persian Gulf and the Sea of Oman. Moreover, Iran not only has the shortest, safest, and most cost-effective route for exporting oil and gas from these regions to the outside world, but also possesses suitable energy transmission lines from north to south and east to west. A 90-year experience in the oil and gas industry, oil and gas facilities, port facilities, and suitable refineries that can be connected to the energy market of the Eurasian region and European and Asian countries. One of the main corridors in the region is North-South Corridor, the strategic North-South Corridor known as INSTC, is a multimodal corridor that connects various transit regions of South Asia, West Asia, the Middle East, the Caucasus, Russia, and Northern European to each other. This corridor has the potential to generate significant income for Iran, but its development requires further investment in road and rail infrastructure. You know that about 15 million tons now are carried yearly by this corridor, and it's estimated that it's possible to make it up to, in first step, to 30 million tons yearly, and then maybe to 50 and to 100 million tons a year. After the war in Ukraine, also the conflict in Ukraine, also this corridor of southeast also became more actual. And another corridor is Trans-Caucasian Corridor. With Iran's membership in the Trans-Caucasian Corridor, the pathway for the membership of Afghanistan and Pakistan who are willing to join this corridor has been facilitated, and southern route of this corridor is improved for the transportation of goods from Europe to Central Asian countries and China. The southern branch of this corridor is introduced through Iran in entering the country from the Turkmenistan border and then crossing the Bazargan border into Turkey. So we can say that Iran is a part of this corridor also. China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, as its name CREC, the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor is a major infrastructure project aiming to connect the Gwadar port in Pakistan to China's Xinjiang region. It involves the development of highways, railways, and pipelines serving as a key component of China's Belt and Road Initiative. CREC aims to create a direct trade route, develop Gwadar port, establish transportation networks, construct energy projects, and bring economic benefits to both China, Pakistan, and Central Asian countries. One last corridor that just in this week, the protocol of it was signed by the representative of Economic Cooperation Organization countries. It means Central Asian countries plus Iran, Turkey, and Pakistan, is ECO corridor. Among the 10 member countries of the Economic Cooperation Organization, ECO, 7 are landlocked, and only 3 countries, Pakistan, Iran, and Turkey, have access to open sea and waters. Therefore, Iran, being geographically central to ECO member countries, play a crucial role in the transportation chain between these countries and has access to open waters. South Asia corridor, the South Asia corridor is one of the international defined corridors in global transit aiming to connect Southeast Asia through Iran's land to Western countries in the Mediterranean and Southern Europe, particularly Turkey. The road starts from Southeast Asia, passing through the Indian subcontinent, entering Iran through the Mirjaveh border in the southeastern part, and ultimately exit Iran through northwestern borders, including Bazargan, Razi, and Khosravi at the borders of Turkey and Iraq, extending toward Europe and the Mediterranean Sea. Belt and Road Initiative is enough and well known, as doesn't need any explanation. Iran, of course, is not the main part, but as Iranian and Chinese culture and historical relation is very important. And now Iranian-Chinese relation is getting better than before, and we observe Chinese initiation to make near Iran and Saudi Arabia in last months. I think as the East policy of Chinese foreign policy is getting forceful, the role of Iran and other Middle East countries also in this Belt and Road Initiative is getting more. So as many of my points also were referred in the notes and articles and presentations of last speakers, just I want to emphasize on Iranian policy. Iranian policy about decades emphasizes of regional cooperation. Of course, in this transitional world, also regional cooperation is very important and more actual. But I want to repeat that about 30 years, Iran, as priority in its foreign policy, emphasizes on regional cooperation, and more in the new state presidency of Iran. There is one line, also main line, neighborhood policy, that also emphasize of working and pay attention more cooperation with neighboring countries of Iran, that they are among the many countries. And one main and concrete and exact policy of Iran about corridors is cooperation and partnership. Usually we talk about competition of different corridors in the region and in the world, but Iran emphasizes on cooperation. Iran's attitude towards ongoing projects in the region has been accompanied by a comparative policy, and it has prioritize regional integration and active participation in important corridor projects. The protocol of Chinese transport corridor to Europe through Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, Iran, and Turkey that has been signed by the ministers and representatives of the member countries of the Economic Cooperation Organization, ECO, is a good example of an attitude of cooperation instead of conflict. It aims to unify tariffs, transportation procedures, and border process among participating countries. It is expected that a significant share of Chinese transit to Europe will shift to Iran east-west transit route. So, as another example, I can talk about middle corridor, that it was initiated by Turkey, Republic of Azerbaijan, and there were many discussions about the conflicts in the region and that competition on this corridor, but Iran had an initiation and proposed Azerbaijan to use, instead of Zangezur in Armenia, to use territory of Iran, and a protocol was signed. So there is a different corridor cooperation with Armenia, but this line also is going from Iranian territory, and Iran has also shown its support for CREC corridor project by proposing the construction of a 170-kilometer railway between Chabahar and Gwadar ports. Iran's cooperation with Azerbaijan, I'll also talk about it, complete the Northeast Corridor, is a continuation of this positive attitude of regional integration. So if I want to say about the challenges of Iran, one, Iran should, of course, develop its structures of railway and roads in the country. And second, the sanctions also is a main barrier for developing the corridors because Iran needs investments, and this investment is very actual for this aspect. But anyway, in the time of sanctions and in the period of sanctions, Iran has experience to be developed. And as we talk now, especially after the sanctions against Russia, we are talk about global south. So global south, China, Russia are welcome to invest in Iran and to invest in corridors that are located and that are passes from the Iranian territory. And this is not just investment for Iranian corridors, this is investment for regional and global and east world and east policy. Thank you.
Allora, grazie mille, ringrazio ancora.
Thank you very much to the Deputy Minister of Transport. Needs to leave us, Mr. Koryev, but thank you very much for being with us until now. Now he has to leave us. In the meantime, thank you for being here with us. We've heard that the corridors are many. Thank you once again. There are many corridors, and the next speaker will clarify more and will give us more details about the North Corridor, the international connection of transport and corridors in Mongolia. Ms. Delgerma, president of the Norov Banzad Cultural Foundation, she was also ambassador of Mongolia to the Russian Federation from 2016 to 2019. And so she will tell us about the North Corridor that goes from Beijing to Ulaanbaatar and then reaches Moscow. Thank you very much.
Первая женщина-посол из Монголии в Россию за столетнюю историю дипломатических отношений между двумя странами. И сегодня я почему-то тоже первая женщина, которая выступает на этом высоком подиуме. Спасибо большое за предоставление такой возможности. Mongolia is rich with natural resources, and a portion of our economy is based on the export of minerals. The mining industry is a major contributor to the economy, accounting for 20% of Mongolia's gross domestic product and 71% of export earnings. The volume of exports passing through the ports is estimated at about 50 million tons, which is still not enough. Effective transport and logistics operations are necessary for the country's mineral resources to appear on the world market. Therefore, the government of Mongolia considered that the core catalyst for advancing the development is the port revival. As part of the port revival policy, it will be essential to facilitate infrastructure, increase export outlets, and boost the economy by expanding its capacity. National Committee for Port Revival is working to develop hard and soft infrastructure for the passage of passenger and cargo vehicles, increase capacity, and eventually increase exports. To this end, a total of 6 project packages will be implemented, such as renewing and improving the railway network, building new railways, connecting border ports with paved roads, increasing the capacity of airports, and building loading and unloading terminals. We expect that by increasing the capacity and flow of cargo and passengers, the export and trade turnover will improve. This facilitating the development of the tourism sector. Mongolia operates a total of 39 ports, 6 of which are airway ports, 27 are after-road ports, and 6 are railway ports. Cargo and passengers are transported through 10 out of 16 road and railway ports on the border with Russia and 13 out of the 17 ports on the border with China. Although Mongolia is highly dependent on international trade, its position in the regional trade is relatively limited. Logistics costs have a heavy impact on the country's trade turnover and product prices. After pandemic, the Mongolian economy is rapidly expanding, and the foreign trade turnover is growing steadily. However, the economic development of the country, which borders Russia and China, with a total length of over 8,350 kilometers, depends on only 4 ports. The shortage of ports leads to storage of goods and furthermore incurs price increase and negatively affects the activities of entrepreneurs. Landlocked countries are at geographic disadvantage because they are not directly connected to global trade routes. For them, the majority of foreign trade is dependent on neighboring countries, and in most cases, trade turnover is limited and the cost of doing business is high. Therefore, it's advisable to take advantage of its geographic location by developing a dedicated, freight-friendly economic corridor within its borders. The main way to improve the flow of cargo through landlocked countries is to simplify border crossing procedures and develop border infrastructure. As transit cargo transportation intensives, the country's own export and import trade will expand, the capacity of the system will be strengthened and the cost of transportation and logistics will be decreased. The main advantage of Mongolia's road and transport sector and its network is that it can connect European, Asian countries with the shortest land route in terms of geographical location. Located between the Russian Federation and the People's Republic of China, Mongolia is a land bridge connecting the two countries by land, and a certain part of the goods between these two countries pass through Mongolia. This flow of products, I will finish, is transported by the Trans-Mongolian Railway, a branch of the Trans-Siberian Railway network. I prepared so many slides. I will very quick introduce to all of you, because I know we are so tired, particularly my voice after yesterday's Sanremo concert. And finally, Mongolia, Russia, and China signed the three-party economic partnership agreement during the 11th summit of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization held in Tashkent, Uzbekistan on June 23, 2016. The agreement included a total of 32 projects in the fields of transport, infrastructure development, industrialization, border control cooperation, agriculture, and tourism. Finally, if the 13 transport and logistics projects specified in the economic corridor program established between Mongolia, Russia, and China are implemented, it will be of great importance for the development of the region is the wider Eurasian space. И заканчивая свою очень краткую презентацию.
And to finish my short presentation, I would like to not to support President of Russia that he wanted to also organize our next meeting in Shanghai. I would like Professor Falk with his strong team organize VERONA next meeting in Mongolia, because Mongolia today we are in Samarkand. Because it's a great city with a great history, but why Silk Road existed? Because Mongolia and Mongolian Empire provided safety for 500 years, Pax Magdolica. And I believe that, and I would like that after our VERONA meeting, the peace will be in the whole world and all military conflict will be over in order for a trade to prosper.
Great idea, a very good idea. Following the footprints of peace of Pope Francis, now I kindly invite up here the CEO of Hypoteca Bank, John Kakimov. Please come up here, because we are late. And he doesn't have time to stay for the next panel on finance. And so, because I'm sure you're very smart, we can now shift from transport to finance. Please, I kindly ask you to be as short as possible. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a very big honor to participate in this forum, and I would like to use this opportunity to wish everyone good luck. And I would like to highlight the role of international relations in the global economy, and the relations with the international investors is becoming one of the main factors of the sustainable development of every country, and that brings a lot of benefits to the financial sector of any country. But we see the global issues related to inflation, to interest rates, and digital transformation on competition, and the international financial markets. And for example, OTP Bank has entered Uzbekistan and bought and signed the contract on acquiring 70%, 5% of shares of Ipoteka Bank. This will motivate a new competition and increase the quality of banking services. And Ipoteka Bank is very much looking forward to all the opportunities that will be provided by the OTP team, and it has led to the Ipoteka Bank becoming one of the leaders in the banking sector of Uzbekistan. And with the help, we could strive for better quality services and ongoing improvement in the banking services. And Ipoteka Bank is mostly relying on OTP Bank and is planning to help financially to the ongoing relations and of course to do everything to make the servicing comfortable and secure. We want the investors to feel safe and secure, not only in our bank, but in Uzbekistan. And we hope to stimulate trade and investment initiatives. And I would like to thank you, prosperity, and all the best in your future endeavors.
Thank you. Also, thank you for being so brief. Your participation was important, and I'm sure it was okay for everyone. Let me mention the website Pluralia. So Ahmed Mustafa now is the director of the Scientific Center for Asian Studies. He is Egyptian. Let me just introduce him very briefly because he will also be brief and brilliant. Let me say already that there will be no break before the next panel, which will be wonderful and should not be missed. Anyway, I was saying to my friend Ahmed that the map we saw yesterday of the world at the time of Amir Temur in 1402, when the world was ruled by Samarkand, well, the western part of that world was Egypt. So talking about transport, indeed, this topic comes back.
Mamma mia. Okay. Signore, my friends, Dobedini, good afternoon. I know that most of you is sleepy because after, but yes, it is our fate. We used to do that. Anyway, let's start to send deep tributes, especially to the participants. I'm really impressed by this forum. It's first time for me here in Samarkand, Uzbekistan, but of course I was reading, and there are good and previous relations between Egypt and Uzbekistan, because during the time USSR, especially in Tashkent, that was the capital, there was the movie festival. In 1974, Egypt awarded the first award based on a Russian work of Dostoevsky, Karamazov's brothers Karamazov. And that was very surprising that at such time, Uzbekistan, as a part of USSR, and Russia in general, was performing our films, and our stars were known over here. And a lot of people in the Middle East and the Arab world named their sons Yuri after Dr. Zhivago, the film of our megastar Omar al-Sharif. This is for just like a briefing of the relation with Uzbekistan. Also, recently we already received the president of Uzbekistan, Mr. Shavkat Mirziyoyev, in 2023. and before that at the COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh. But despite all of that, still the cooperation between the two countries is very little, and the volume of trade not exceeding 1.5 million US dollars. And here, the matter of the trade and corridors and, of course, the routes and the logistics come very important in that respect. Also, I have to say that even Egypt's existence in this forum is very important because more or less, Egypt is located in one of the best locations worldwide. And we have the Suez Canal, where more than 60% of the international trade is passing by. Therefore, we are here. If I'm talking about Egypt and Italy and Egypt and Russia, we have about 5 billion investments from Russia in Egypt, and also they have a new investment in the new Suez Canal corridor. Concerning Egypt and Italy, I think the trade figure is about 6.4 billion US dollars. That, reflects the good relations between Egypt and Italy and Egypt and Russia, the co-partners of also with Uzbekistan in this forum. Going to the next slides, please. Yeah. Okay. If we talk about, that Egypt already a few years before established the Egyptian Association of Logistics, and that was very important because now the logistics in Egypt since 2014 is booming. And now we added about 3,500 kilometers to the roads already existed in Egypt that will enable a lot of logistics and enable a lot of the corridors and things like that, because we are more or less the gate of Africa. And we allow a lot of, special zones, special economic zones and free zones, especially for the foreign investment. Therefore, we are inviting here investments from Italy, from Russia, and from, of course, Afghanistan, Uzbekistan, the country that's hosting this precious forum, just to come and invest, and we can facilitate a lot of things in such zones. The trade of the logistics and routes now exceeding or around 9 trillion US dollars. And by 2028, it will arrive to 14 trillion US dollars, according to the statistics of the World Bank and other economic statistics existed already, if you search about. And this is very important information. The portion of Egypt of this trade is now about 14 billion US dollars and will be about 18 billion US dollars by 2028. We are doing a lot. I think also another factor will enable Egypt in its way in that respect, the membership of BRICS, which is very important for us, because with BRICS we will have a lot of investments that will enable us just to add more and more ways and routes and highways and logistics qualified areas and zones that will enable more trade cooperation and more investments. But also this industry not based on the hardware. The software or the soft side is important. The soft side represented in whether media, we need to invest in media to know each other, and we have this Chinese purpose. If you want to make a good relations, you have to build the bridges.
Конечно, если вы
Qualify the humanitarian factor of the manpower in that respect. Therefore, now we are established several schools for the artificial intelligence and digital transformation in that respect, and we're proud that we graduated the first batch the last year via the Arab Academy for Science and Technology that belongs to the League of the Arab. But also we may have a greater cooperation, and I got some offers from some Russian great universities like Skoltech and maybe IT Park in Kazan, because I was also a speaker in Kazan Economic Forum, Russia and Islamic World in May, and we were just dealing about having such kind of project. And of course we can integrate Uzbekistan in that respect, because I heard and I was impressed so much about, the dean of the technology university who was talking this or before afternoon. Also, according to the membership and tendency towards the East, we have also great opportunities for the financing coming from the AIIB, or the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, and we had a conference recently in Sharm el-Sheikh in that respect, and we will gain a lot of debt with better conditions of repayment. Not only that, and also the new development bank that belongs to BRICS also will offer us other opportunities in that respect. Therefore, this financial factor also is very important for any investment. Coming here also the role of the digital bank and digital transformation and infrastructure in that respect. And now I'm announcing that also Egypt having about 6 banks, 2 are public and 3 of them private and 1 Islamic for the transaction and facilitate the digital transactions between the country. Because if we review the experience of Singapore as a country, Singapore, it was mainly presenting the good logistics, that means a good service and shortening the time and, of course, reducing the cost. And this is exactly what are the main elements of the, the trade or the businesses of, the transportation or logistics or things like that. Finally, I want to conclude. I'm here just to offer a lot of good cooperation with the Egyptian side, and if you are interested, we can, have a good conversation or debates or just giving further information for the people who really need to know that. Also, I have a project called Eye on the Orient with Al Ahram establishment. This is the old news and the biggest newspaper in the region and maybe in the south because it has 150 years now. It's similar to TASS in Russia. It's called Eye on the Orient, and we, within this project, we already interviewed about 39 expert interviews about the rise of Asia. And I hope to integrate all of you in this project, which is integrating with the work of Pluralia, and I'm proud that I already published some articles with Messrs. Pluralia, and here I'm just giving my deep tributes for them. Thanks a lot. And I hope that it is okay, fruitful, and informative. Thanks a lot. Molto grazie.
Grazie.
Thank you. So the session on transports is finished, but there is no break before the next session. Let me just conclude by thanking all the speakers also for their understanding and their ability to be brief. Thank you.
finance industry is undergoing a profound transformation associated with digitalization. This transformation began with the emergence of alternative financial solutions, such as centralized and decentralized crypto exchanges, NFT marketplaces, digital currencies, and alternative payment methods. New technologies such as blockchain, smart contracts, etc., have paved the way for advanced financial solutions shifting the status quo. These innovative solutions offer levels of efficiency, security, and convenience unmatched in traditional banking systems. Growing demand for services in digital channels is a key incentive for many banks to introduce technological innovations and develop their products. The trend towards remote service was set at the beginning of the pandemic and has continued unabated ever since. Embedded finance, the seamless integration of payment and lending services, insurance, bank cards, and investments into traditional non-financial products or platforms is becoming increasingly widespread. Examples of such a model could be payment services embedded in social networks or loyalty card programs on online shopping websites. The Cambridge Centre for Alternative Finance has estimated that 9 out of 10 international providers of technology products for banks use machine learning models and artificial intelligence. The AI market in the financial technology sector is expected to reach $26.67 billion by 2026. According to various forecasts, artificial intelligence can reduce the operating costs of banks by 22% by the beginning of the next decade, which will amount to almost $1 trillion. As governments gradually transition their countries to the global digital economy, the development of contactless and cross-border payments is becoming one of the main points of financial technology strategies. One of the directions for cooperation between the EAEU and BRICS member states is the creation of a common payment system that would allow settlements in national currencies, bypassing the US dollar and euro. The new system involves the issuance of a common payment card, uniting the national systems of China, UnionPay, Brazil, ELO, India, RuPay, as well as the EAEU countries, MIR, Belcard, etc. Such a system would allow making settlements in national currencies, bypassing the US dollar and euro, reducing costs and risks, while strengthening financial stability and cooperation between the regions. Analysts of the international consulting company PwC believe that digital currencies will become one of the key factors in the development of payment markets over the next 20 years. While experts debate the feasibility of the digital currency concept, China has already introduced the digital yuan. According to the People's Bank of China, the volume of digital yuan in circulation was about 13 billion at the end of 2022. Starting April 1st, 2023, Russia began testing the digital ruble with real customers. What other changes linked to digitalization await the financial and banking services markets? How do industry representatives assess the state of affairs, and what solutions do they find most promising?
Cari amici,
Dear friends,
to start this session on the financial markets. As you saw in the introductory remarks, the financial markets, especially in the region here, are currently affected by a number of overlapping trends. And it's my great pleasure that we will have the opportunity to address these trends and to discuss them with eminent experts that are sitting together with me here on this panel. The first trend that I would like to mention here is the technological transformation that was obviously already ongoing and preceding the current crisis. The second trend, the growing fragmentation, isolation of financial markets and financial infrastructures, ecosystems. This is something that has been increasing over the last 1.5 to 2 years, and the consequences of which we are currently witnessing. And the third one is we saw the changing patterns in trade, in investment, and in logistics. And the financial markets, obviously, they kind of, being on top of all of this, they cannot not be affected by these trends. And so the new imbalances and the new geographies that we see emerging under these transformations is obviously also something that affects the financial markets in this. Here I just would like to mention, for instance, the fact with Russia increasing trade relations with India, but then having problems in somehow getting productive use for the rupees that you acquire in these transactions. I'm glad to discuss this with the panelists, as I said. My name is Tadzio Schilling. I'm the CEO of the Association of European Businesses. We have more than 500 of the biggest investors from Europe, from the Americas, from Asia, that we represent, mostly in Russia, but also here in the other countries of the wider region. And our mission currently in these difficult circumstances is, first of all, to support our companies, to help them survive, but also to keep channels of communication open. I think that's a very, very important thing I want to mention. Now, intellectually, as my previous predecessor moderator said, we need to be flexible because we already heard the first part of our panel, the contribution by Umit Hakimov from the Ipoteka Bank, which has recently been acquired by Hungarian bank OTP, and is now also a bank with a foreign capital participation. To my left, I have Vartan Dilanyan, managing partner of Axenix. I allow to comment that historically this company was known under the name of Accenture, but now is already sailing very firmly and successfully under the new brand. Then you have Alex Kreiner, founder of Kreiner Analytics, Valery Weisberg, chief analyst, Region Investment Company, and Ravshan Saliev, CEO of IP Micro Leasing. And I would like to excuse on beforehand that Vartan, unfortunately for travel reasons, will have to leave the podium a bit early. We are late, so it's fully understandable, and I promise that I will stay until the end of this session. So Vartan, coming to you. Your company itself has been undergoing quite substantial transformation. The financial markets are undergoing substantial transformations, and one of the most interesting recent phenomena that we are observing is the emergence of central bank digital currencies. We saw that you can also sit here if you prefer there. I would like you to ask these questions. Where are we now with regard of the emergence of these central bank digital currencies? What are the main challenges that are ahead? But what are also the potential for these currencies in terms of future gateways for facilitating international cooperation?
Спасибо. Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Please let me demonstrate a few slides. I represent Axenix company. We are the daughter company of Accenture, a world-leading company on industrial digitalization on the former Soviet territory, and Accensis was established as a part of the deglobalization process, as it was said in the beginning of our meeting. So we had to follow up on the work, but we managed to keep human resources, potential competencies, and expand the client base. We are the long-term partners of Bank Intesa Russia and the Verona Forum, and with great satisfaction we support the fund activity, the activity of the Share Eurasia. And since we are in the heart of the ancient Samarkand, and I would like to talk about the most progressive idea that will be developing in the next few years. Briefly speaking, we will be talking about the digital currencies of central banks, one of the most discussed subjects in the financial market. And the next slide. We have an international forum, therefore my slides are in English and I'll be speaking Russian. And the using digital currencies, and why is this the third form of money? Because they combine both cash and non-cash, and both being comfortable and convenient and accessible. So 129 countries which combine 65% of all the countries globally. They conduct They're exploring CBDC and the piloting in China, and 260 million people, wallet users, and which includes electronic e-commerce. And in Russia, the start of piloting of transactions started in August, and in Kazakhstan, in 2023, the real integrations are planned. And so this is the subject that covers all the central banks, and for them it's the key area and mainstream for both intellectual development. And as you can see, we see research, experiment, launch, and then the rest. What is the key motivation for introducing digital currencies? It is the improve security, convenience, improve efficiency, prepare for business models and innovations. And the number of countries that are researching this is growing, and the central banks have already achieved the level of maturity, and at the same time there are some complexities that need to be worked upon. So let us move to the next slide. And in the former Soviet countries, we have been working actively on this, and our friendly company and sister company in Central Asia, and then I can see and forecast some challenges. So there are. So this is why. What is the benefit of this? Why do we need to do this? As the based on our experience, first of all, we need to understand the value proposition for all the key parties. It's a population, commercial banks, it's businesses outside the banking, and the state. So in order to implement the effective launch, we need to understand the advantage of digital currencies for each of the members or the participants, and the central banks should always be in search of scenarios for the use of digital currencies, and to make it to be able to sell the idea to the rest. And the insurance and the involvement of the commercial banks is still open. Banks are the key players, are the mediators between the central bank and the clients, and they provide services to the final users. And they're very careful and being cautious about CDC wearing its approach in their traditional business. And at the current stage, banks still sticking for the value of CBDC for their business. And if we're to think about this, we can see that some banks are still looking into the idea, for example, some central banks, but some banks are still already actively promoting in their agenda. And this can be the source of very interesting ideas for application, especially when it comes to the expansion of products offered. And if we are to move to the next slide, we will see the discussion about the integration and compliance with the existing payment systems in interoperability. I will not speak a lot about, I will not go into detail. There are certain payment systems and new systems that are being developed by the central bank. And this can be both a barrier and the opportunity for the further development and the next block of chain challenges. This could be current legislation in some jurisdictions. For example, when there is a legal basis, they still need some solutions, legal solutions, due to the peculiarities of these digital currencies. And the next slide talks about the high costs, and the central banks come to the point when they're already very progressive. They need to think and rethink their conceptual approach, because in the experiment turns out to be different than initially expected. Either there are no enough security systems in place. But if we're to look at the final slide, it is very clear. Let us move to the final. That the digital currencies have great potential for future development, and almost everyone is going that way. And I can say that today, in today's world, the digital currencies will enable payments on transborder, and transborder projects will and the digital currencies will allow to simplify procedures on payments and speed up the payment processes, and there is and develop international mechanisms, bilateral or multilateral, and that based on that, there can be a new system of international payments, which could be an alternative to the conventional ways. In the conclusion, I would like to suggest to all of us to key players to observe the development of digital currencies. It's not going to be boring, for sure.
Can I just ask, when you say that there is a potential that these digital currencies could become a new gateway to facilitate international payments and to replace the old infrastructure, what needs to be done for this to become true and for not the macroprudential barriers that you also mentioned to take over and to avoid or to hinder these international exchanges?
Ну, я могу на этот вопрос ответить только сославшись на мнение.
I can only answer this question referring to the leaders of central banks. It is a political will that needs to be in place, because if the countries decide on bilateral payments or multilateral payments, then the central banks can synchronize. It is the matter of technology that becoming secondary in some time, and the primary will be the political data and political, and with the progress of these platforms, it will become possible with the help of interstate agreements.
Thanks for being with us today, despite this very tight schedule. It's been a pleasure to have you. The next question I would like to ask Alex Kreiner, founder of Kreiner Analytics. You are the founder of this firm, and you've been creator of the ICE system Trend Follow. And since 1996, you have worked as a market analyst and researcher, trader, and hedge fund manager. So quite a broad experience in the area of financial markets. You also have been an author of a book with the title Mastering Uncertainty in Commodities Trading. Topic of uncertainty obviously quite relevant for our own times, and not surprisingly it's been in the top selling lists of international management, financial management books. So during your career you have experienced several financial crises, and not only the most recent. What is the common thread, and is there a common thread And are there some maybe universal or at least general methods for solving and overcoming and making our financial systems more resilient? And if you want, you can go to the podium, or you can talk from the whatever you prefer.
Thank you very much. I just want to see that the clicker works. Oh, yes. So, speaking of commodity risk, one of the questions that was proposed for this panel was about the problem of uncertainty in the markets and whether economics can help us solve that problem. Given that many of the Eurasian economies and BRICS nations are major commodity producers, the problem of uncertainty and risk, particularly in the way it manifests in price of commodities, should be given the attention it deserves. How important is it? I can state categorically that the price is the most important issue facing commodity-related businesses. Large-scale price events are far and away the greatest source of risk. This is true for firms, for nations whose economies depend in large part on trade of commodities, whether we are talking about energy, metals, or agricultural products. The risk has become much more pronounced over the last 2 decades as commodity prices have become significantly more volatile. Large-scale price events have increased both in terms of magnitude and frequency. Here, for example, is how crude oil prices have fluctuated over the last 10 years. It's quite a roller coaster. Large-scale price events like this have disproportionate impact on the income of commodity-related businesses. Here are a few examples. In 2022, oil prices rose sharply from about $70 a barrel to $120. In August that year, North American shale oil producers sustained more than $10 billion in hedging losses. In April 2020, oil price fell by over 65%. You may recall this was the time when we heard even reports about negative oil prices. The event caught many industry players by surprise. Vitol lost $1.6 billion, the ABN AMRO Bank lost $1.4 billion, and in the United States, 25 independent oil producers filed for bankruptcy. Ryanair lost $325 million on their hedging. Hinleong lost $3.8 billion. In the fourth quarter of 2018, when oil price fell by 38%, China's largest oil refiner, Sinopec, lost $690 million on their hedging operation, reducing the firm's profits by 90% that year. I did not pick just a few examples to make a point. The point is that this keeps happening and that the industry in general does not have a good solution to this problem. In 2014 and 2015, we had a 76% collapse in oil prices, which coincided also with a collapse in other commodities, including metals. That event caused massive losses to the collective North American mining industry, which includes oil and gas producers. For 2015, the industry sustained a total loss of $277 billion. How much money was that? It was more than 8 previous years' worth of industry total profits. These examples show us 2 things. First, it shows that price risk has a far greater impact on firms' profitability than any other factor. It also shows that in general, firms fail to manage this risk effectively. This is not because they are unaware of the problem. In April of 2013, well before the events I've just described, Boston Consulting Group conducted a survey of CEOs and CFOs of many commodity-related firms. 90% of the managers believe that managing price risk is the key to competitive advantage, but at the same time, only 1/3 of them expressed any confidence in solutions that they had in place. There's really a lot to read into these results, but for our purpose here, it helps us answer the question raised at the beginning. Can economics help us master uncertainty and learn to manage price risk effectively? Unfortunately, the answer is no. And we have even very extensive empirical data to prove this. Here I will only share 3 examples with you. The U.S. Energy Information Administration's 2014 oil price forecast, based on industry's best information analyzed by world's most highly reputed institutions. As you can see, the forecast was badly wrong from the day it was published, and it's been completely wrong during most of the past 10 years, in spite of the very wide high-low range, which now spans more than $80 a barrel. In January 2019, the Wall Street Journal asked 1,000 economists to predict the interest rates on the 10-year Treasury notes for mid-year and year-end 2019. The forecasts range from 2.5% to 4.3%. In the markets, however, the rate dropped below 1.5% and never came close to analyst forecasts for that year. Every 6 months, the Federal Reserve Bank in the United States publishes the so-called Livingstone Survey, which polls a group of some 30 of the most prominent economists to predict the evolution of the economy for the following 2 years. The chart you see shows their forecast of the S&P 500 index just before the global financial crisis in 2008 versus what actually happened. Indeed, large-scale price events are by definition unpredictable. So, is there a solution to this problem? Fortunately, I can answer this question positively. Large-scale price events invariably unfold as trends. This can be weeks, months, and even in some cases years long. Trends have always been a fact of life in any market where people come together to trade. In The Art of War, Sun Tzu noted that there are 3 avenues of opportunity in life: events, trends, and conditions. If trends were already noted 2,400 years ago, and they are still with us today, we can expect that they will continue to manifest in the future for as long as there are humans and markets. I have devoted the last 25 years of my life to the study of trends and effective strategies to navigate them. We call these simply trend-following strategies. It's a very simple concept. If the price of something is going up, we buy, and if it goes down, we sell. In practice, however, formulating effective methods of navigating trends is a bit more challenging, but it is possible. This chart illustrates the performance of a set of typical trend-following algorithms over the period of oil price fluctuation I just presented earlier. As you can see, between January 2014 and late July 2022, the average strategy's gains in terms of US dollars per barrel was over $160, a far better result than we would have got with economic forecasting. Trend following is based exclusively on the numerical study of price fluctuations. It does not require any analysis of supply and demand economics, nor any predictions of future prices. Trend following simply reacts to the market price fluctuations as they occur. What I just shared with you is a very condensed version of an article titled Commodity Price Risk, Profits and Value Creation, which I published in the Journal of Corporate Accounting and Finance in July 2019. For anyone interested in reading the full version of the paper, I'd be happy to share it with you. I also published a book titled Mastering Uncertainty in Commodities Trading, which focuses on this subject. The book is available as a free download from my website. The reason why it's free is not because it's bad. It was rated #1 book on financialexpert.co.uk list of the 5 best commodities books for investors and traders in 2021 and 2022. The reason why I'm offering it for free is because I'm a banned author and Amazon deleted all of my books, but they continued to sell Mastering Uncertainty for nearly $900 a copy. So I tried to prevent them from selling stolen goods, and I made it available for free. You can download the PDF version of this book from my website at the address that's indicated here, isystemtf.com, under the tab About. In closing, I wanted to thank the organizers for putting together this important event and to all of the participants who came to attend. I sincerely hope that we can contribute to making the world a better place for future generations. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. Before sitting down, I wanted to answer the question you asked me, because you asked me also a question about money and whether we can solve our problems with today's money. And I'll just be very quick. Today's money system is, we basically have no clue. For anybody who has gone to school and studied economics, you know that money is unit of account, means of exchange, and store of value. Beyond that is practically gobbledygook. And if you listen to experts from IMF and BIS and Federal Reserve and things like this, they're not saying anything discernible, and some of it is really nonsense. And some of that nonsense is deliberate. For example, like when Alan Greenspan in 1986, I think it was 1986, in a testimony to the United States Congress, said that if you happen to understand what I'm saying to you, you're probably misunderstanding what I'm saying to you. So today's money system is good for two things. It's good for generating crises and war. We can see that every day. We're careening from crisis to crisis like a drunk driver, and we're always at war. I'm talking about the Western economies. This is not a modern problem. This has been with us always. Bank of England was established in 1694. Over the following century, I'll read the data so I don't go wrong. Over the following century, from 1701 to 1815, England prosecuted 18 officially declared war against her then rival France. In 1833, the Parliament passed the Bank of England Act, granting the BOE monopoly on issuing the legal tender. And out of the remaining 67 years of the 19th century, the United Kingdom spent 32 years in recessions, depressions, bankruptcy, or financial collapse, including the 22-year-long depression from 1873 and 1896. But this is the system that we have, and this is the system within which we are trying to develop. It's not going to work. We are literally like in the Plato's cave. We're watching at the shadows on the wall, but we have to get out and try to understand what money is. And I will just invite you for a very quick mental exercise to try to think about money. It's a very simple concept, but it literally took me my lifetime to work it out. So, when humans were living as nomads, pretty much everybody had to contribute to the sustenance of the group. Then we invented agriculture, and then we had surplus, and not everybody had to work, so you could divert some labor to other things. By 1900, maybe you needed 3 people to sustain 20 people in the group. So you had 17 people who could work on other things. Money represented the social surplus that could be allocated to other developments. People in the group had to decide, what do we want to do? Do we want to build bridges? Or do we want to build individual carbon tracking things? Or do we want to build pyramids? Or do we want to go to wars? So money has to represent real wealth, and the decision how to allocate the credit has to be made in a democratic way. But these thoughts require a lot more development, so I hope that I can at least spark a little bit of creative energy in that direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alex. Let me turn now to Valery Weisberg, Chief Analyst of Region Investment Company. You represent one of the largest Russian investment groups, private investment groups, and you have been operating in the market since 1995. So how does your group currently manage this environment that is characterized by these new divisions, by the new frictions? and especially also in an environment characterized by tightening monetary policy. And from a point of view of also, because I'm very much interested in maintaining international cooperation, where do you see the kind of the low-hanging fruits or the best bets for continuing international cooperation projects?
Да, всем добрый вечер. Надеюсь, количество присутствующих не означает.
I hope that the number of people still present does not reflect the real interest in the investment sphere. And thank you very much for the introduction. Let me start with the Russian market, and just like it is taking place in other countries, and the key interest rate is growing, and September, October, we were living in the world of two-digit interest rate, and we corporate obligations have been allocated, and it is being developed.
Одни из ведущих позиций.
We see very rapid growth, and this year the market is more stable, and about 40 billion euro of. Unfortunately, Vartan had to leave because what he said about the digital currencies. And looking in the future, we need to speak about not only the digital currencies, but the digital financial assets. And if we're to speak about the digital ruble, we're piloting it in Russia, and the financial assets digitally are already available. And for now, they represent short-term bonds, and we have a big emittents such as Russian Telecom and railways that are using this tool. And recently, there were not many allocations, and we believe that the volume of them will be increased, and maybe 10 to 15 billion, 1.5 billion euros will be hopefully attracted using these financial tools. And the government is looking at these financial assets as the effective tool for the smart contracts are being written, and the right for the distant identification of non-residents and people who are able to buy financial assets, and those non-residents, and 25, and one of those, Uzbekistan is one of the countries where the residents can be identified distantly, remotely. And this law is very flexible and allows for many financial tools. And when we speak about the smart contracts, there are more guarantees of control of payments. The smart contracts that will be emitted in project financing, operational investment, and I think the investment opportunities are very much looked into by us. And here at the forum, we spoke about the cooperation being very important, and I'm the representative of the financial sector. Very important to say that we hope that it will be simultaneous. The policies, we believe that the country members need to carry out monetary policy, and Kazakhstan, for example, had to increase the inflation goal by 5% to 5%. Armenia and Kyrgyzstan 4%, Belarus 5%, and Uzbekistan 5% as well. We believe that the experience in managing and surveillance and this will have a priority on the territory of big Eurasia, and not only for people and commodities, but for the solutions for all of the important issues.
Спасибо большое, Валерий. I'm very glad that we conclude financial institution. Rafshan Soliyev, CEO of IP Micro Leasing. Micro Leasing is part of the International Micro Capital Group, and it's a private leasing company with 100% foreign capital. And as far as I hear, you have been developing very successfully in the region, not only in Uzbekistan, but with sister companies in neighboring Tajikistan. And I think that is very good to see, that even for small structures, there are huge business opportunities in the region. According to the results of 2022, your company took the leading place by the volume of new transactions, displacing the giant in the field of leasing of agricultural machinery, Oz Agro Leasing. So please tell us, what makes you so successful in this region?
Thank you for your question. Добрый день, дамы и господа.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy to greet all of you. Thank you for the question. So what is the secret of our success, and how have we managed to become the key players? Microleasing is the part of the micro capital. The head quarters is in Luxembourg, and we have more than 50 years of experience in working Belarus and Russia, and we started in Uzbekistan in 2019. We have become we in a way started to try out all the things together with Uzbekistan, and the experience in leasing, we had a choice which segment to turn to. And after the analysis, we have identified two important segments: small, medium-sized businesses and agriculture. These were the most uninterested for the financial companies because they were very complicated in terms of analysis, technological processes. So we risked to work with these key segments. And the second, we have changed fully the concept of leasing in Uzbekistan, because it used to be B2C. We have changed it and turned it upwards and changed it to B and to B, and we have become financial partners of all the suppliers, cars, agriculture, and other things. And we have developed more than 15 co-products together with the suppliers. So we present ourselves as partners. And after that, we only had 6 products after the testing period, which have become very popular. We were able to scale them. And there was a segment, and we developed new products. All we needed to do is to develop a technological process. In the beginning of 2019, it was very difficult to the closed integration systems and the compliance and interoperability with state systems. As for you to understand the operational cycle was about 2 days in the beginning, and then we were able to build the technological process starting from the client's visit to the showroom of any of our client, to the point that the client left with the ready-made leasing schemes. The personal offices, integration with state systems, and automated scoring systems. So our segment is very difficult in terms of financial literacy and technological processes, but we were able to reach the level for the segment to enjoy all the technological advantages and to provide all the services that are needed, and that allowed us to become #1 in Uzbekistan. In the last 4 years, we have financed projects in the total amount of 244,000 million euros in the equipment and into agriculture, because it's a very difficult area to work in, but nevertheless we see a potential for growth, and we deeply believe that the path we have chosen is the focus on the targeted segment, which will be very fruitful in terms of development in the future. Thank you. I would like to conclude this discussion on this positive note, because it was quite difficult when we discussed certain things today. If we look at it realistically, there are many complicating moments, and there are many challenges, a lot of tension, and sometimes there are not enough entry points to go back to. But specifically in our panel, we could see that we have technologies to support us. As Vartan said, the new tools arise, and they can replace the infrastructures that existed for many years. And it has shown its own limits. And the entrepreneurship spirit, entrepreneurs are not afraid of facing the challenges. And just like the last speaker said, the entrepreneurs are ready to go into such niches, and of course, so what happened in Russia was due to the bravery of the entrepreneurs that were not afraid and were facing and very resistant to the challenges that were thrown at them. And for everyone who was part of the Stars of Sanremo concert, if you felt the spirit when those singers who already had so much energy despite their age, and they were so enthusiastic, and they were sharing their optimism with us, I have a belief that despite the political and economic challenges and difficulties, and we still have some energy to overcome this hardship and to come back to more constructive relationships in the future. And with this, I would like to conclude, and I would like to thank you and all the speakers on the forum for the flexibility, patience, and for the active participation. I was very pleased. Thank you very much.
Population growth New technologies and climate change pose new challenges to society and demand an immediate response. The world may be facing the worst food crisis in decades. Based on data from the last few years, experts have identified several promising areas that will help reshape the agricultural industry in the next 10 years. Firstly, these are drought-resistant plants. Today, global agriculture consumes up to 70% of fresh water and reduces its reserves. Scientists are already developing plant varieties that can tolerate infrequent watering. Secondly, increasing productivity. According to research by the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization, the potential for annual yield growth when using modern agricultural technologies and innovations in the global agro-business is 7 to 15%. The third trend is vegetarian meat substitutes. Companies are developing technologies to produce food that contains non-animal proteins. According to experts, the share of natural meat in stores will account for a mere 40% by 2040. Another trend is the development of urban agriculture, or city farming, where agricultural products are grown in vertical greenhouses in cities using new technologies. By 2050, the global population will reach 10 billion people, with 70% living in cities, further exacerbating the problem of providing urban residents with agricultural products. At the same time, agricultural productivity growth in Central Asia has been slow over the past 3 decades. According to FAO experts, Uzbekistan and other Central Asian countries need to work to promote agricultural growth. This includes investment in infrastructure, roads, irrigation systems, promotion of research and modern training, as well as more efficient management of natural resources. The development of ecological agriculture is also on the agenda. Investments in this area are strategically important in the long term for preserving the stock of agricultural land, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and ensuring food security in the countries of Greater Eurasia. Experts advise market players to introduce closed-loop agricultural production models, develop precision farming, prevent uncontrolled use of fertilizers and pesticides, and more actively perform revegetation. What other initiatives can contribute to sustainable food systems? How to provide the world's growing population with enough food?
Ассаламу алейкум. Добрый вечер, уважаемые гости и участники нашей последней панельной сессии на сегодняшний день. Мы очень рады приветствовать вас. Я первый модератор с принимающей страны, поэтому позвольте поприветствовать всех участников сегодняшнего мероприятия. Я понимаю, все уже устали, поэтому мы постараемся быть краткими и высказать самые.
So let us provide the most important information. First of all, let me introduce our speakers. Mr. Ibrahim Abdurrahmanov, Ministry of Agriculture of the Republic of Uzbekistan. Ilya Shestukov, on Fishery of Russian Federation.
Промышленной политики Евразийской экономической комиссии. Господин Юрий Гуцу, субрегиональный координатор по Центральной Азии, представитель в Турции и в Узбекистане ФАО. Джузеппе Эспозито, соучредитель EP World. Дипак Райна, главный операционный директор ООО «Индорама Агро». Наша сессия посвящается аграрному отрасли. На сегодняшний день мы все понимаем, насколько важно развивать аграрную отрасль и значимость этой отрасли вообще в обеспечении глобальной продовольственной безопасности, а также развитие аграрной отрасли более экологическими методами. И наш первый спикер Ибрахим Ильич Абдурахманов, пожалуйста, представляется слово. И здесь хотел бы отметить, уважаемый Ибрахим Ильич, то, что наш министр недавно назначенный, до этого он работал министром инновационного развития нашей республики. И я бы попросил делать больше упора именно инновационного развития аграрной отрасли Узбекистана, так как я думаю, что это очень актуально для вообще развития данной отрасли. Спасибо.
Катарахмат, ассаламу алейкум, уважаемые гости, уважаемые коллеги. Если разрешите, я продолжу на английском, чтобы коротко быть, вас, чтобы не мучить с переводами. Excellencies, I'm very glad to meet and speak. And this is a very important forum for us and very important sector of agriculture for Uzbekistan and for the region also. Agriculture is very, very complex. As a new minister, you know, lots of challenging times ahead of my life. I understand this very well. However, from this morning, lots of sessions, lots of people, lots of experts already told that how much the agriculture is important for Uzbekistan and for the region, for whole world food security issues. I will just skip that, just highlighting numbers, figures you already know. But what we have to do, what challenges ahead in the agriculture sector is important. Perhaps I have to give my opinion, my directions. This is important for you. First, of course, water issue is a big, huge problem in agriculture. We have to, in collaboration with all our colleagues, make our water balance and plan agricultural production based on our water capacity, water availability. This requires, of course, big challenge because productivity is important, yield is important issue for any crops that will grow, and better yield without new seeds, without new innovations will not be possible. So we need cooperation for new seeds, new technologies, for better yield, for better adoption, for arid zone production, arid zone farming, salinity conditions we have to consider. So salt tolerance, drought tolerance, and some, probably because of climate change, we have to address cold tolerance too, because on all horticulture, we suffer also very unusual anomaly of cold weather. So cold tolerance is another big issue that requires innovation. More than that, agri-technologies, new approaches will be much important, especially in fertilizers, so we call NPK input. NPK input is changed much because of global climate change. Heat, in the heat conditions, nitrate utilization will be very key to consider. Nitrate, as you know, is a pump. Actually, it's a pumping system for plants. They pump up the water. So when you apply wrong nitrate in the plants, then you will have only pumping. Increased and water efficiency will be huge question. So new agri-technology we have to adopt, and I will put all my efforts with my team to redesign the NPK ratios for our Uzbekistan agriculture. This is very key. Another big problem, and I'm myself scientist, I have a prognosis made myself, and I'm watching all the world agriculture development myself, and I see all world research going on insect and disease problems. They shifted from quality research, quality or productivity research to the insect and disease resistance. And we already know, because of climate change, new emerging pests, new attacks, aggressive strains is becoming available. So one of the biggest steps we will take in the future, it will be the insect resistance or disease pest resistance management. And that requires also lots of science and innovation. Next big direction for Uzbekistan, and I also call for a collaboration for many of our partners, and previous session highlighted a little bit on this, mechanization and robotics, application of robotics technologies, new smartphone applications in the agriculture will be very key. So our society is changing, agricultural society, even in rural areas, harvesting is a huge, huge problem. Even in horticulture, right now we have to cover up all the wine grapes, and still just by hand applications is very difficult. So mechanization will be our priority. Robotics and application of even artificial intelligence technologies will be very key. Of course, the next very big component will be, then again, previous sessions highlighted this, better mechanism for supporting our farmers. We will change our policies and we will work only for benefit of our farmers. This will be a new direction for our ministry, and better mechanism of subsidies, insurance of agriculture production, and incentives will be key for next future. And as our moderator highlighted, final kind of my opinion, we have to bring back science, education, technology, and innovation to the agriculture sector. On that, biggest approach will be, of course, funding, research platforms together with international organization, and small enterprises, startups, support will be another big wave for our agriculture, not only for agricultural production, planting, crop production, but also processing of foods and reproduction, providing that logistics and providing transportation and so forth. I would like finally mention that we're in big challenge because of unknown climate change issues, global climate change issues, and another big challenge in front of our agriculture is we are double landlocked country. Logistics is a huge problem, but my dear colleague and His Excellency, Director General of FOE, he told once that this is opportunity for Uzbekistan, because Uzbekistan food is very clean, not polluted from modern technology inputs, like new fertilizers, new genetic technologies. That's why this is very good for us. It's a huge opportunity for Uzbekistan agriculture that we have not polluted yet, not polluted products. So I call all of you for partnership, and I am ready for discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your interesting speech. For today, The share of agriculture in Uzbekistan is about 27%. And recently, about 15 or 20 years ago, this share was only, it was more than 60%. Of course, it's a good tendency, but at the same time, about 40% of labor of Uzbekistan labor force is connected to this sector. Therefore, I'm very sure and agree with you that the future of agriculture of Uzbekistan is only for innovational development and, of course, considering new technology and also scientific research. Before I will give floor to our next speaker, I would like to share with the interesting experiences that took place during lunch. I met colleagues from Russian Federation, and actually the second that they paid attention after plov, that they really enjoyed our salmon. I told them this is our local product. This is salmon that is grown up here, and they were very surprised. And they also asked about the price. I also share this information about $7 for 1 kilo. They also were surprised. And they said in Russia, such category of fish is about $25. And there is a good opportunity for developing of such cooperation in this field. Everybody knows that fishery is based on, of course, artificial water reservoirs and also some rivers. I believe it will be also interesting to listen the vision of Mr. Shostakov about this topic. And if, of course, will be any questions, you can ask. I would ask our speakers to stay within the time limitation, so please, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. I'm very glad to see all of you here, dear colleagues. 25, it's not, of course, the price, but anyway, it's quite expensive. First of all, I would like to say that for 10 years, I'm engaged of fishery. Before that, I worked in the agriculture ministry for 5 years, and at the same time, I also was engaged in food safety, security. Before, I would like to say the share of the fishery that is taken in the whole consumption, because now we're talking about the food security of the global scale. As for the animal protein, it's 12%, and in the whole world, the fish is about 7% compared to the poultry, which is, of course, mass production and mass consumption, and other, of course, milk products or dairy. Therefore, the share of fish in the consumption is quite high. Now I will talk about the volume of fishery, of course, about the FAO. It's about 29 million tons, and of course, aquaculture is also growing. Before, we said about 5-6 years ago that the development of aquaculture will be the same as in the wild, but now it's developing very fast, accelerated, and it's 120 million currently, and of course it exceeds the actual volume of the wild fishery. And we don't forget that, of course, it's all require new investments, new technology. It's not an easy sector. And, of course, it's maybe even more than agriculture can face a lot of issues. That's why it's very important to train the staff that work at fisheries. And what is also very important, of course, we have such term as sustainable development. It should be for all agriculture sector. And what is the sustainable development? Of course, we can catch such a volume that will not damage the reproduction. So aquaculture should not, of course, affect negatively to the condition of the wild resources that we currently have in the sea and oceans, and therefore all countries should conduct such efforts simultaneously and to have the same approach. As we talk about the wild fishery, as I mentioned just a few minutes ago, according to scientific, 200,000 tons we can still maybe catch, but of course we don't have technology for it. And of course, first of all, it's also very important. It's a type of the fishes that, for example, are not maybe effective. What other perspective we see in fishery? It's of course our deep netting and fishery. We discussed with the scientific academy. We did some research, and as a note here, I would like to say that potential is very huge. We don't know much about our deep waters, and the scientists of Russia, about 50%, they can't even classify what it is, and not identify even the future development of this potential. And we believe that the deep waters also potentially have a good potential for growth. And overall, when we talk about food security in the fish sector, the big obstacle or challenge we have, of course, we know that we have to feed a large number of population, but always we try to limit some markets. We do not help each other, but we're actually in the competitive condition. And in order for us to tell that we need to develop our partnerships in the sector of fishery and in other food security.
Спасибо большое, Илья Васильевич, за очень интересное выступление. Да, разбитие рыбоводства вообще в глобальном масштабе и на примере конкретных стран, я думаю, очень актуально. Также актуально и для нашей страны, и на душу населения. Потребление рыбной продукции в Узбекистане еще отстает от необходимого уровня, поэтому, думаю, есть хорошие возможности для дальнейшего развития данного хозяйства. Следующее слово предоставляется господину.
Now we will give floor to Armen Arutinian, the Director of Agri-Political of European Commission, and he share his opinion about the topic of this session. Thank you.
Extend our warm greetings and congratulations on behalf of the Eurasian Economic Commission to the Minister with his appointment. We congratulate you, and we hope that the action plan that was signed between Eurasian Economic Commission and Uzbekistan will be realized effectively and will address new topics as well. Especially you highlighted the importance of technologies and digital technologies. This is the priority for the Eurasian Commission as well, so we'll continue our joint efforts into that direction. I'd like to highlight that the Eurasian Economic Union is supporting food security within our union. It's one of our objectives. And at the moment, self-sufficiency level at the member states of the Eurasian Economic Union have reached 93%. This is a very, very good indication of the efficiency and success of the joint agriculture policy. And we have the 7% dependency on the fruit and vegetable import. And I have to highlight the role of Uzbekistan as a trade partner for the Eurasian Economic Union as one of the main suppliers of vegetables and fruits. The food security is important. The self-sufficiency level is important, but we also consider the sustainability and resilience of the food system as an important component. And therefore, some of the programs that I'm going to share with you are targeted and focusing on not only ensuring food security, but also ensuring, as my colleagues mentioned, the sustainability of the sector. So among them, I have to mention the works that we've been doing in education. The 4 members of the Eurasian Economic Union signed an agreement, and we hope that our Uzbekistani partners would also join those programs on education and human capital development. This year we have completed 3 programs. Next year, with the support of our partners, including Rosre Balostua and Ilya Vasilievich, who supported that initiative, we will run next year the programs on aquaculture and organic agriculture. We also believe that logistics and efficient supply chain management is important as well. So we've decided to implement a study together with the Eurasian Development Bank targeted on identification of the weaknesses of the entire supply chain management and improvement of the 4 components, including digitalization, creating additional facilities, infrastructure, and also green corridors to ensure that there is a facilitated trade among member states, but also facilitation in terms of the export, stimulation export to the third countries. In addition to this, we've been thinking about the financial mechanisms that will be supporting, stimulating the cooperation and integration efforts among businesses of the Eurasian Economic Union. So recently we have adopted a new program that would support if there are more than 3 countries, members of the Eurasian Economic Union, have the joint efforts in order to implement investment program, we will have the subsidized credit and interest rate for those companies as well. And ultimately, we also have the 2 new initiatives that have been supported by all 5 member states. One of them is the digitalization, automation, and robotics efforts. Recently, we have adopted a plan on the precision agriculture. As Minister mentioned, that's an important direction. And it includes, for example, use of the satellite data, use of the machine learning to analyze their data and provide that information to small holder farmers, because we do believe that the large organizations have their financial resources and capacities to implement such transformation, while smallholder companies need to have the support from the government and other relevant institutions. And finally, we adopted also the agenda of the sustainable development of agriculture that was supported by our colleagues of FAO, with all directions that will be targeted not only on the ensuring resilience of the system, but also ensuring, as my colleagues mentioned, that all those efforts that are targeted on the effectiveness, expansion of the production, would also consider the best ecology practices, the best practices in terms of how those activities are reflected on the environment. This is agenda, and we're inviting not only businesses but other governments to join our agenda. To summarize, those are the efforts that Eurasian Economic Commission implements to ensure food security, but considering the resilience and sustainability efforts. Thank you.
Спасибо большое вам, господин Арутюнян.
Thank you very much, dear Mr. Arutюнян. We all know about the role and the contribution of FAO to the development of the agricultural sector and the development of cooperation between countries in this sector. And with great pleasure, I would like to pass the floor to Mr. Gutsu so he could share his vision on the perspectives of the global as well as interregional and country partnerships in order to provide the effective cooperation. and achieving good results in this sector. Thank you.
Chair, for this very important but also very comprehensive question. I'm not sure how able I would be to answer to it. But let me also first congratulate the Minister with the appointment in this very important position, and looking forward to our very strong cooperation in the future, like it was in the past, and wish you a lot of success in everything you plan to do in the agriculture sector of Uzbekistan. But also as a leader, probably one of the leaders in the agriculture sector of the whole region. I'll try to give you a couple of figures and give a bit of a global perspective into the issue of food security, which is quite alarming. And it's important probably to know this concept of the figures. And FAO's Food and Agriculture Organization's latest analysis showed that world hunger rose in 2020 and 2021. Obviously, we know the impacts of COVID-19 pandemic, increasing prices even before the pandemic, input prices even before the pandemic, war in Ukraine, all of these and some other factors disrupted the supply chains and pushed up the prices, not only for cereals, but also fertilizers and energy, which are important agricultural inputs. In 2022, global hunger remained relatively stable, but is still much higher than above pre-pandemic levels, affecting currently 9.2% of the global population. Our figures show that currently 783 million people face hunger. At the same time, over 650 million adults are obese. And we tend to think that obesity is only a problem in developed countries, but this is not necessarily the case anymore. Around one third of obese individuals live in low and middle income countries. And these same countries also struggle with persistent hunger. High prices of nutritious diets and the spread of modern food retailing are leading to major shifts towards poor diets. And according to FAO latest estimate, healthy diets are not accessible for more than 3 billion people globally. So increasing hunger and obesity also linked to water and carbon emissions concerns. My colleagues already spoke about that. And this is because shifting dietary patterns towards more energy-dense diets are impacting greenhouse gas emissions and freshwater use. What this means is that how food is produced and consumed drives hunger, obesity, and climate change. What needs to be done? I'd like to bring to this discussion this relatively new term of agri-food systems, which we are using currently and which incorporate practically everything from input supply, production, processing, transportation, consumption, and taking care of the natural resources which are involved in agriculture-related industries. So it's a complex term of agri-food systems which, at the same time, provide significant opportunities to generate incomes and facilitate economic growth. Also, we tend to say that agriculture-related food systems allow and give possibilities to millions of people to escape hunger and strengthen access to healthy diets. On the other hand, unsustainable agri-food systems pose serious problems for the environment. Very important figures related to that is that about 25% of all greenhouse gas emissions come from agriculture. And this may increase up to 50% by 2050 if we continue the same way. By the way, there is another important figure which we always bring, that globally, in fact, we produce enough food to feed everyone. But at the same time, the percentage of food which is lost and wasted is 1/3. So 1/3 is being lost of whatever we produce. And in this context, I want to mention the effort or the pressure which we are putting on our natural resources, land, water, biodiversity, and so on. So for this reason, the transformation of this agri-food systems towards sustainability is urgent. We need to meet the increasing demand for food, and while increasing the pressure on natural resources. We say it very shortly, to produce more with less. So over the last several months, key stakeholders, including governments, international financial institutions, farmer association, business, civil society, and scientific institutions, discussed these challenges and solutions at a very wide range of fora, including the UN Food System Summit, Stocktaking Moment, World Food Forum, and I'd like to mention the International Conference of Food Security, which we had in September this year here in this Congress Center, with participation of around 20 ministers, deputy ministers, and a big number of other high-level officials, international organizations. So these dialogues have led to identification of several common challenges and solutions, and allow me to highlight only three, and I'll be very brief. First, already mentioned by distinguished ministers, increasing investment in innovation and technology. Definitely one of the bases for development should be the scientific approach, bringing innovation and new technology approaches, including digital, into modern transformation of agri-food systems. There are many technologies already existent, there are many on their way, and I will not insist too much on describing the details on that. On the other hand, while making technologies accessible to produce more with less, we must not forget that people are at the heart of food system transformation. And we want to mention, also already emphasized by my colleagues, that agri-food systems should be inclusive of smallholders, women, youth, and other poor and marginalized people. Very often when we speak in the region about agriculture and rural people, we see them that unfortunately they become one of the most vulnerable categories of the population in the region, but also globally. Finally, climate action across agri-food system is very urgent, because many of the challenges of our agri-food system, agriculture production, are associated with climate change. And for example, the loss of biodiversity due to climate change will reduce land productivity, jeopardize pollination, increase vulnerability to threats such as pests. And it is important to integrate climate action into national food systems. Very soon, during COP28, FAO will present a roadmap highlighting agri-food system solutions in support of food security and climate action. And all of this is a continuation of all the previous efforts which I mentioned. As a rest, again, I'd like to emphasize how important is the agriculture sector, rural areas being at the heart of our societies, and especially in our region, and we are looking forward to find those solutions for which our people, our citizens, will benefit the best. Thank you very much, and wishing a lot of success to everyone.
Thank you very much for your interesting speech. I agree fully with you that for a future development of agriculture, for provision of the food security, for major measures, we also require to increase maybe the culture and nutritionally dietology. I believe it will be very useful in order for us to reach the sustainable development of agriculture sphere. So the next, I would like to give floor to Exposito, co-founder of EP World, and he will share his opinion about this topic.
Hello, good evening, everyone. I will speak in English because I saw many of you that don't have the translator. My name is Giuseppe Esposito. I am here tonight just to have a pleasure to close this beautiful day, to thank Eurasia to give me this opportunity. It's my first time that I participate for this event. Congratulate the First Minister for the new opportunity. I wish you all the best. And to give you a brief of my company, but a brief also from this morning, all the numbers, all the slides that we saw about. They told me I have 1 hour time. I will try to reduce it. But, well, let's start from the company. The company is a catering company based in Italy from 49 years. My father was the founder of the company. Until today, 79 years old, is still working in the company. Then, like second generation in Italy, I decided to develop worldwide what my father built in Italy. And 15 years ago, I started to develop worldwide. Today, we are in 3 countries: Italy, United Arab Emirates, in Poland, and we are producing daily basis around 52,000, 62,000 in the peak time of meals per day, with more than 2,800 employees. And this last session of today, it's very important for me, I believe for you, because all the process, daily process, that from the agriculture, from everywhere, the raw material is coming in our central kitchen, our team have to work on it and must have the exactly product to serve to our client. I'm more than happy when the First Minister said we are doing new technology to have a better product without use any other killed items for the product. For us, if we are giving the right product to our chef, if we are giving them, let's say, gold product, our team, our chef, with their experience, with their value, they need to transform the gold product that we are giving to them at least in platinum product, because they must add daily basis their value. About the safety of the processing of food, like EP, we are investing every day for this, because our community daily, starting from the kids to the company that we are fitting the management of the company. For us, it's very important the quality control, that right now, today, we have around 85 people working daily basis to have the control of all our daily process. Back to the company, I would like to, there is a very young people in front of me. Take care about your future, because you have in front of you, like businessmen, I divide into parts. The businessmen, they do explorers, like me today. I came here in Uzbekistan, in this beautiful savannah, just to have a look, to know what we can do like a company in the future. And there are, I cannot say businessmen because they are not businessmen, they are speculators that they are trying to do the businessmen, but they don't have time, long time. One of the recently example, during the COVID, how many people they started to make disposable mask? So many, everyone. Then these are not businessmen. For you, young boy, take care about your future. What you want to do, you need to make with the passion. Tomorrow morning, tonight, I will leave from Samarkand because tomorrow there is the ceremony of my son, the third generation of our family, and he studied in Rotterdam. I'm traveling tonight to reach there tomorrow morning, inshallah, around 11 o'clock. And my first things that I will tell him, like third generation, reference to what I heard from this morning. All of you, there is a history, there is a sparkling life from all the managers that I heard from this morning, from the first minister of Uzbekistan. All of them are ready to develop in the next 20 years this country, or the next 30 years this country. This is like businessmen we are looking for. And tomorrow, I will change the gift for my son. I will give him one ticket to fly in Samarkand, in Uzbekistan, to explore, like the third generation of the businessmen, this country in order to establish the third EP in the world. Thank you very much. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Esposito, for your warm words about Uzbekistan, about Samarkand. Company Indorama.
The company Indorama is very famous, I believe, to the whole population of Uzbekistan, because nowadays it's a Singapore company, is one of the leading investor and large in agriculture. I met the leader of this company, and we discussed perspectives of the development of business of this company in Uzbekistan, and it was very useful and interesting information for me. So the next, now I will give floor to Mr. Oh, he's not here. So I will just continue then my words about this company. This company, before entering into the market of Uzbekistan, in the agriculture sector, they also were involved in the chemical industry, and currently they already acquire the land spaces for agriculture use for more than 40,000 hectares, and based on cluster development, they show quite a great success. I would not then hold you any longer. Let me once again to thank on your behalf and from my side our dear speakers, and wish them success in their activity, and see you next time. Thank you for your attention.